Real Enigmas and Theories is back again with another live stream. And we have the man himself, Taran Matharu, in the building today, once again with us in the conversation, in the discussion. Let's get right into it. What's going on with you, Taran? How you doing today?
Hey man, I'm good. I got to tell you, it's funny. We have these long chats that I think people would actually enjoy listening to, like off camera all the time. And we really need to get in the habit of just like jumping on StreamYard instead of like just doing a normal WhatsApp like phone call to get this out. Just in case people are interested. I'm not saying everything we talk about is super interesting, but some of it, makes its way onto the shows later, and maybe I think people would get a kick out of like seeing us make our realizations in real time. Like sometimes I'll tell you something, and it'll excite you, or you'll tell me something, and it'll excite me, and then we
Yeah.
discuss it later on the live, but no one gets the live reaction. I don't know if like when I'm watching other people discuss from, like, that's one of the things I enjoy. So yeah, sorry.
Oh, no doubt. No, I agree with you 100% about that because um a lot of times when we're talking and we want to share things with each other, I mean, StreamYard is probably like the best way to do that anyway. And while we're at it, we could just hit record and record the conversation and go about it like that. I agree
And we
with
can
you.
actually share our screens, you know, which is also useful.
Yes, yes. It's just a better way to communicate, period. Like when we're doing something like this.
Hmm.
Good day, everybody. We got Debbie Ebby Bobebby in the building. How are you doing, Debbie? Chocolate Beauty's here with us. Carrie's here with us. Summer Girl is here with us.
Oh, we should thank Debbie, because Debbie just shared the live video in the Big From group that she's the new admin of. Congratulations, Debbie, on becoming the admin of the Big From. I imagine it's the Facebook group, but it could be the Reddit group. Maybe she can clarify in the comments. But
Mm,
congratulations, Debbie, and thank you for sharing.
that's awesome. Yes, indeed. Thank you for sharing, Debbie. Yes, I haven't been on any of the Facebook groups in a while. I got to stop by and check in again and see what's going on in there. Yes, indeed. We have Summer Girl. We have the Man in Black. Yes, indeed. The Man in Black is in the building today. What's good?
I love that the Man in Black has become a thing, even though we haven't seen a Man in Black on the show.
I think we will at some point.
Oh, I agree, but I think I was the one who introduced that concept.
You
Um,
did. Absolutely, you did. I think it was based on one of Victor's drawings. Am I correct?
yes, and also, originally I thought that the boogeyman was Ike Yim, which is the Bear Talk boogeyman, who was basically the black man, or the man in black is perhaps a more
Mm.
accurate translation. So I assumed that there would be a man in black on the show. What's interesting is the boogeyman is Ike Mudim, but only in the 1500s. Like, my understanding of the show is that the seven beings that exist in Fromland, they like
Mhm.
evolved from mythology to mythology, following certain archetypes. So like evolving from mythical being to mythical being until they're and now they are a dragon, a giant spider, fairies, basically like modern myths. Bigfoot, Bonhomme Set Urs, who's a Canadian Sandman boogeyman.
Mhm.
Sorry, I'm talking too long. But the point is, um, I've lost my point. Oh yeah, but was it about a
But the
dragon?
Man in Black, we were talking about the
Yeah,
Man in Black.
yeah. So in the 1500s, the boogeyman is Ike Mudim. In the modern day, the current Fromland, um, he's Bon Om Set Urs, this Sandman, bone cracking boogeyman, which is why we have the Sandman song on the show. It's why we see people using umbrellas during the daytime when it's not raining outside.
Mm.
It's why there's clocks everywhere, because Bon
That's
Om Set
heavy. That's heavy. That's real
why
heavy.
there's all these references to boogeyman. Like, we know that
I
the bad
wonder if the Man in Black um um brother that's in the chat is the man in black. I wonder if his man in black is a reference to the man in black on the show Lost. But while we're at it, let me run through the rest of the people that have joined us today. We have Alyssa in the building, and Man in Black. Feel free to answer that question. What is the Man in Black a reference to? Is it a reference to Will Smith's Man in Black, or the Man in Black from Lost? We have Anna in the building. Hi, Anna. How you doing? Yes, indeed. Anna's in a different time zone. We breaking time zones today. We got Taran in here in a different time zone. We have Andrew West. Yes, Andrew West. Hello, everybody. Hey, Frumley, Gardenia Blossom said. How you doing, Gardenia Blossom? She's in the building. We have From Enthusiast. I love an early stream. Hello, everyone. Yes, we have to get them time zones in. I'm trying to go earlier on the Wednesdays so that we can have everyone in the building. We have David Riley. Yes. Yes, Man in Black. Taran Matharu in the building. Big TM. Big TM. Shout out to Big TM in the building. Yes, indeed.
May
Tyler
I
Perry.
also, if you don't mind, I'd like to thank the people in the chat who have said nice things about the stream I did yesterday. I was kind of nervous to do it, and I didn't give people much notice, and people did join the chat and like ask questions, just kind of took pity on me. They could see I was looking for like interaction. So thank you everyone who joined, and thank you Real for sharing it on your channel, and allowing me to post it in your Discord. And thank you to the people who have said nice things about the video. It's very nice of you, and it encourages me to try doing it again, maybe running through my theory in more detail.
Yes, indeed. We got Tata Carey in the building. And shout out to everybody that showed up to Terrence Live. And I know that there's some people checking it out right now and replaying it. Shout out to the replay gang. They're replaying it. It was a great live. You pretty much was a great introduction to your theory. You know what I'm saying? It was a great introduction. It was things that, we've heard you say, but we never got a chance to like hear you by yourself going through it and, walking us through the breadcrumbs. And it was a delight. I'm looking forward to more. I
Thank
definitely
you, man. That's
want
very
to
nice of you.
come over to your channel as well, as you've been a great guest on my channel. And I'd love to come over and rock with you on your channel.
Yeah,
Yeah.
man. I just gotta learn how StreamYard works and find the time. To be honest, like I probably need to scale back the amount of time I spend talking about From, because it is literally I don't have time for much else. I work 3 jobs. And things are sort of starting to heat up at the moment, with especially with my writing stuff. So, but yeah, like I would love to do some lives with you real on my channel, potentially, and riff with you on there. It might be a slightly different dynamic, and because I could decide what we talk about and stuff. So, yeah, that would be super cool. I'd love to do that. But yeah, I just
Oh
need to find.
yeah. Oh yeah. Tata.
Real estate find the
Tata says, "Hey everyone, we got Papa Socks in the building. Miss T is in the building. How you doing?" Yes, indeed. Alyssa's here with us. Debbie's here with us, and we got Percy Garcia in the building. We got Azure CEO. I'm sorry if I messed your name up, but welcome just the same. We have Ali in the building, Ailey in the building. Yes, indeed. We have Ailey. We have who else do we have in here? We Andrew West is here. We have Miss C. We have Miss T, and now we have Miss C. How you doing, Miss C? Great to have you here. Tanai in the building. We have Tanai, David Riley. Yeah, we all in the building. We cooking. We heating up. I got a treat for y'all a little bit later. I'm gonna let you hear one of my songs. We're gonna take a break at some point, and I'm gonna play the song while I run to the bathroom or grab a glass of water or whatever and come back. You
Yeah,
know.
people don't know that Real works with some like pretty big artists. We can't discuss who they are, but Real's a pretty impressive guy in the music world. But he doesn't talk about it much.
Yeah, I don't talk about it much, But if
He's a
you
bit
know,
he's kinda modest. He's kinda modest about it, is all I can say.
yeah, if you know, you know what I mean. It is what it is. If you know, you know. But yeah, so who else we got? We got we got Dizzy Guy. Dizzy Guy Explores is in the building. Yes, indeed. Dizzy Guy looks like he has a channel with the GoPro going on. I don't know. We might have a channel to check out. South Mole is in the building. South Mole. Yes, indeed. With the cat. I had a cat like that one day back in the day. My man Percy Garcia, he's dropped okay. He dropped something about the his theory as well about the black man in black. Yes, indeed. Looks like we shouted out everybody that's in the chat.
I don't know about the Grim Reaper. I haven't seen many
Dr. Deb
references
is in
to
the
him.
building.
Hello, Dr. Deb.
My fault, brother. Go ahead.
No, no, all good.
No, what were you saying?
I was just saying I haven't seen much to do with the Grim Reaper. There is a concept of hmm, uh, I don't know if you've ever heard of this legend that if the Grim Reaper comes for you, you can challenge him to a game of your choice, usually chess, and if you beat him, like, you get to live longer. Whatever the deal is, right? So I think
Mm.
that a similar concept occurs in the origin story of From. Uh, on John Cabot's journey to Newfoundland, I think that the boogeyman kidnaps Bridget of York's son that was stolen from her originally anyway, just like I think Fatima's baby is going to be stolen from her. And of course, boogeymen, the whole point of a boogeyman is that they steal children, right? Like they're the person that children are threatened with, right? So in any case, I think Bridget of York, to get her son back, she challenges him to a game of cards, basically, a game of Tarochi. And she lures the boogeyman to her. Um, and when he gets there, she's prepared a magical trap, like a witch's bottle, a dried cat in the chimney, um, special marks painted on the walls, uh, all sorts of like cunning folk magic from historic England. And and when she springs this trap, it doesn't quite go like she planned. Something goes wrong, and she gets pulled into Fromland as well. And basically, this trap that she created, this mixing of boogeyman magic and cunning folk magic, creates a curse. It traps everyone in Fromland, all seven beings, the fairy archetype creatures that are effectively Lilith from the Bible's children, is what they originally are. And they all get trapped in this witch's bottle, which is buried underneath this game table. And basically, the game that the witch Bridget of York challenged the boogeyman to, it becomes the world of Fromland. So everyone in Fromland becomes like a representation of a tarot card. The world of Fromland is like the both sides of a board game. So, for example, there's a game of Goose, which has a prison, it has a well, it has a maze, it has a hotel, um, and these are the hazards in Game of Goose. And isn't it interesting that there's a Star Magic motel hotel on the street? There's a prison. There's a well that Boyd gets trapped in. There's a maze, with the caves that Jade goes through using the thread, like the Minotaur in the maze. So that's my theory of what's going on.
Okay, okay. Wayne says, "Yo, shout out to a couple people that just got in here. Del Senior, yes, yes, indeed. Again, shout out to Dr. Dev here. Betrayed King is in the building. Bitey is in the building. Yes, I appreciate all of the mods for welcoming people as they come in. If I didn't get to see you, Q's Insight is in the building. But Wayne said something very interesting. He says, the lighthouse is what's trapping them all.
I agree.
Yes, indeed. The lighthouse is what's trapping them all. Um, I think that it might be a little more than that, in my opinion. It may be some more to it than that. you know,
I think
I,
the lighthouse is the tool that
mhm,
is being used by the boogeyman in the witch's bottle to bring people to Fromland.
mm,
I think the witch's bottle that contains Fromland
mm.
is underneath Cape Race Lighthouse, which we're planning on visiting next year, aren't we, Real?
Yes, indeed. So, just the update on the trip. We're going to make this trip for next year. And the reason why is trying to make this trip at a time when the season is actually on is going to be a logistical nightmare. Trying to create content at the same time, a whole trip for a week and a half, throwing you off. Not only that, it's the weather is not going to be that favorable during the trip as well. Also, some of the things may be closed that we want to attend. And we'd hate to go all that way to a museum somewhere and not be permitted entrance. So we're going to do better planning, but that is good. So because we'll have more time to plan it out better and to also contact some of the places that we're going to go to and actually get the go ahead and the permission from them to show up. Actually might be able to get permission to film and make sure that we have the clearance and the go ahead to film the documentary in the way that we want to. At this point, if we leave in a few weeks, it will just pretty much be like two tourists going to Newfoundland. But we're actually going there to do some discovering journalism, and we want to bring that back to the people in the best way possible, with all of the bells and whistles and all of the I's dotted and the T's crossed, so that we can have a good trip and bring something back that's viable, that's valuable. You know what I'm saying? That I can actually create a documentary with, but and have nice weather and things of that nature. So we are going to postpone that, and that will also allot me and Taran time to work on our theory crafting while the season is going on. Because Taran has just done his first live, as we see, and I'm sure he's going to be a lot more active on his YouTube page. I know that he's been working on something that's going to encompass his entire theory that he's going to release as well. So he's going to have some videos coming too. And trying to do a trip and create content, that's going to be heavy. However, we will still be going live for each of the shows, each of the episodes, and just fulfilling that whole content vibe right there. But I just think that we should take the trip at a time where it's just a little bit better, more comfortable, that we can totally focus on the trip and not like have to. I mean, a week and a half, we gonna run into two episodes on the road. So yeah, I think we should do that. And we talked about
Mhm.
it. We agree. We both agreed to that.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, look, the weather's going to be better, that's for sure. We were going to be getting there right at the end of tourist season. There was a risk that some of the places we wanted to visit might be closed. Because it's the end of tourist season, so if no tourists are around, they just close up, so they don't need to pay the staff. To sit behind an empty reception. So yeah, I think it's fine to do it next year. I don't think that like the John Cabot part of the theory will be revealed by that point, although I think some people might be more likely to believe it. Um, so it still will be cool for us to visit Cape Race Lighthouse and some of the places that I think might actually feature on the show in actual scenes. And then we can literally point to the spot and be like, we stood there. That's what I want to do. So going next year, that doesn't prevent any of that from happening.
and
So
and and just for on my part to be transparent, as of like the donations will still go towards what they're supposed to go towards. And as of now, in all transparency, I've accumulated $435 in donations for the trip. So
oh,
that is
that's
a
pretty good.
yeah, that's a pretty good number. And I thank everybody that's donated. I mean, we're still going on the trip. So that's going to go towards the trip and donations further. Still, like the YouTube super chats, memberships, all of that will still be tallied up. And that was everything. That was the YouTube super chats, that was the memberships, and also the cash apps that I received. All of those and ended up totaling that amount. And so I will continue to keep tally on that and keep you guys informed on that and be very transparent as far as that's concerned. And when we have a better plan, like I think what we were talking about was like June, right? June or May.
Yeah, May or June next year
Okay, so
would be ideal.
right. So when we have this time, when we come to you about the trip and we get closer to the trip, we're going to give you an exact date. We're going to just play the whole story out like it's supposed to go.
Yeah, I think it'll be fun. I think it would be so cool if we see Tabitha walking to the front doors of Cape Race Lighthouse, and right after that episode, we can do a live where we literally show the section of our video where we film around Cape Race Lighthouse and stand exactly where the actress stood. That's how I picture it in my head. I may be wrong. We may never see a scene filmed at Cape Race Lighthouse, but I'm pretty certain. I'm pretty certain that we will. That's the of all the locations that I think we'll see on the show, Oxford University, Victor Hugo's house, um, Providence, the town of Providence, where Lovecraft um, lived most of his life and wrote about, Stephen King's house. Of the places that I'm most sure about that I think will feature on the show in the later seasons, Cape Race Lighthouse is number one. It's central to my theory. My theory doesn't work if Cape Race Lighthouse isn't part of it. Cape Race Lighthouse is how it collects people. Cape Race Lighthouse is why Fromland is divided into a Canadian and American side. Cape Race Lighthouse is why the monsters look like they're 1960s and 1960s black and white sitcom characters, because Cape Race Lighthouse radio station was decommissioned in 1965. It's connected to the Titanic, which I've seen in a few clues on the show. It's got all these unique features that are mirrored by the lighthouse in From, the Fresnel lens, the mercury clues, the clockwork mechanism. It's one of two lighthouses in the whole of North America that have a Fresnel lens, the only one in Canada. Sorry, I'm rambling, but yeah, Cape Race Lighthouse number one for sure. And I want to share that experience with someone. I think it would be so cool if me and you could do a video where we're standing outside it, where we predicted that was going to happen.
Yes, indeed. And I mean, that is you. That's all you. I'm one that agrees with your theory. And like just for clarification, we talked about this before on I think the last live stream that we talked actually. We talked about that aspect of you having taken down that part of the theory, right? And I have kind of like started in the middle more towards the Civil War. And my reasoning for that is, because the show kind of takes us on, shows us and reveals those things to us first. However, those dates in the tower, I mean, you like sacked and tackled them shits, bro.
Thanks, man. I'm still a little bit confused on some of the dates in the tower. Like,
Hmm.
I know, I say I know. I always declare these things, and I know it comes across as really arrogant. So I'm sorry, but I'm just speaking from the heart. I'm not. But like everything I say, you got to frame it as like, this is what my theory is, right? I'm certain of it, but I could be wrong. So, but anyway, I believe that there's like 7 timelines. We're gonna see 1978, the 1930s, the 1880s, the 1860s, the 1760s Revolutionary War, the 1670s, like Salem, the first witch trials before the Salem witch trials, but with the people from the Salem witch trials, and then we're gonna go back to John Cabot's 1506 in like flashbacks. But in any case, some of the remaining dates on the lighthouse, I haven't been able to connect a set of historical figures to those dates. They just don't exist within the archetypes that I'm predicting, because so little is known about those dates and the people. So is the dates that coincides with Jamestown Are they going to show Jamestown on the show? Is it going to be a very quick reference? Is it just to show that Jamestown was partly related to Fromland in some way, but they won't necessarily address it? That's one thing that I'm still confused on. I can
What's your
assign
thoughts on
Jade
that comment right there that I
uh,
highlighted?
this one here. The pictures are drawn by Victor or Eloise. Do you think the higher entity or entities have those two minds connected, which is why they know future events, and it's why Eloise knows what's going on? No. I don't think that Victor and Eloise's minds are connected. What I think is happening is Eloise is haunted by like the memories of what she saw in Fromland, and that's about it. Victor appears like he can see the future, drawing the eclipse, drawing a burning house. We haven't seen any evidence of that. I think that he is technically predicting future events, but only because there's a cycle of events in Fromland. So in every timeline, the same cycle of events happens. There's all these archetypes. There's a lawman, a sheriff or whatever. There's a priest or a holy man. There's a witch-like character who's sort of mistreated by people like Sarah. There's like a a deputy that's like the friend to the sheriff as well. There's anyway, there's all sorts of archetypes in these different timelines, but there's also a cycle of events that happens in this timeline with this set of characters. So
I
there's an
wonder if he was. I wonder if he was talking about this. Hold on. Let me share my screen for a quick second.
sure, go for it. Yeah.
All right. I wonder if he's talking about these two heads here. Is this what you were talking about when you were talking about the two minds connected? I'm not sure.
It is interesting that they have the twins or the creepy kids heads sort of
Those
merge.
aren't the creepy kids, though.
You don't
Those,
think they're
no, those
something
aren't.
else, aren't
That's
they?
something else. That's something totally different. That's the Vesica Pisces.
Mm.
This head is the Vesica Pisces. So I'm thinking
Dude,
that.
I did not look closely at that image at all, and now that you're showing me it with the two uh circles intersecting, this is actually a very big clue that I've completely missed.
Oh, I've
Wow.
been talking about this. I've been talking about
Mm,
this. I've been talking about the Vesica Pisces. I even brought it up
mm,
last year.
mm.
As a matter of fact, the term Mr. Fishing Loaves is a Vesica Pisces reference because of the two fish, right? Let's show you. Let me
Mm,
show you this. I
mhm.
brought up the symbol right here that's in the cave, okay? And if you notice those two lines, those two lines are exactly, if you were to intersect these together, it's exactly where the Vesica Pisces would fit or meet at, right? And also, there's your Jesus fish as well, right there. And I brought up the Mr. Fish and Loaves and how the Mr. Fish and Loaves story itself is in the book of Matthew. And yeah, so and then Father Kotri also brings up the book of Matthew. The
Mhm,
Vesica Pisces
mhm.
also represents the woman's vaginal canal.
Right.
Um, and so it's it's definitely there. They're playing with it.
There's
They're playing,
something going on here.
yeah,
Hmm.
there's definitely something going on there. I think that is a reference to mothers and daughters. Um, uh,
Interesting.
because when you're also talking about the Holy Grail, um, when you're talking about like the female is the Holy Grail, the woman's uterus is shaped like a cup or a grail.
I'm definitely
And
gonna be investigating the Vesica Pisces now, man. 100%. Big
oh
clue.
yeah, big clue.
Literally means bladder of the fish.
Bladder of the fish. Yes,
Hmm.
bladder of the fish. Yes, indeed.
This
And
is very interesting.
yeah,
Very interesting.
that's in my.
Freemasonry. Okay, it's connected to Freemasonry. Well, I believe the Rosicrucian Order is it's all about Rosicrucian secret orders, this show, in my opinion.
Yes,
So it's
indeed.
interesting that the Masons are connected to this symbol.
And
Hmm.
it also connects to the memento mori. It also connects because of the occult nature itself. You know, a lot of these rituals use the Vesica Pisces. I went real deep into this at another part. Let me see if I could find some of the stuff that I had lined up for that video. See, all of my stuff is kind of like, or it's very organized. However, it's organized for videos, and it's not organized for like me to just pull
Hmm.
stuff up. Okay, so you see this here. This symbol is created with the Vesica Pisces, the flower
Hmm.
of life symbol.
Hmm.
Uh, this you hold on, I have it all here, but this also relates to the chessboard. Okay,
It's
um,
also a symbol for Christ, interestingly enough, because it resembles the fish symbol. Uh,
yes,
hmm.
yeah. Look here. I
I'm
mean,
struggling with
you
this one,
have
man.
the Vesica Pisces, Christ in majesty, uh, around the 1200s, 1090 AD. He was, depicted in the Vesica Pisces. A lot of
Dude,
times, the
I don't know
Virgin
what this
Mary,
means.
the Virgin Mary and Christ were inside of the Vesica Pisces. So this means mother and child. And so I'm thinking because of all right, so this is kind of a reach, and people laughed at me when I said it before, but the two cups on Tabitha's um, counter in her hospital room were gold and blue, and or yellow and blue, and that also represents the Vesica Pisces and the Holy Grail as well.
Hmm.
You can see the two cups back there behind her, right over the shoulder. And here's the thing about that: they made sure they reshot this, and they made sure that they put those cups in there.
Hmm.
So that's definitely heavy right there, yo. But the Vesica Pisces having to do with Boyd is very. I mean, I've only heard the term Mr. Fish and Loaves one other time in my life. I've never heard anybody called that except for one other time in my life. And it was in Sanford, Florida at a fish market. And I heard they called the guy, "Oh, you Mr. Fish and Loaves, huh?" And I didn't even know what they were referencing at the time. You know what I mean? And it was explained right then and there, and that's how I learned about it. And now here we are with the Mr. Fish and Loaves. I knew about the story with Christ and the fish and 5 loaves of bread. I mean, I knew that since Bible study. But
Interesting.
yeah.
Hey, Matt, I've just shared a link with you. Would you mind visiting it, or do you want to talk about Tabitha's face more? Because
In
that's
our
that's
in our WhatsApp.
I know in the private chat on StreamYard.
Okay, awesome. Yes, let's get it. Chalice well.
So, remember how I told you that the showrunners use Wikipedia primarily for the main clues on the show, and then you have to research around them for the historical context that tells you where they're placed in the story. Um, on the Wikipedia for the Vesica Pisces, it says the Vesica Pisces are known for being present on the Chalice Well, and this is the Chalice Well. Isn't it interesting that Boyd is trapped down a well in the show? And if you scroll down, there's something a bit more interesting that comes up. Remember how I said that this is all about a Grail quest?
You did.
And this is all about, and there's also a King Arthur segment of
See,
the show.
this slipped right past you when I brought it up to you because everything you're talking about the Grail quest and everything. I remember calling you. Remember that time we was on the phone for like 5 hours talking about From, yo? Like we was on and we was having lunch. We both had lunch and everything. Remember that day? I was telling you about this. This was before the trailer came out.
Yeah, man. I guess I missed it, or I don't remember it. But anyway, you're telling me now, and I believe it. Like seeing it there with the kids and their heads drawn together. Okay, so this is interesting. It not only is it connected to King Arthur and the sword in the stone and Excalibur, which I believe Excalibur is the special sword on the show at one point. Um, and then there's this Holy Grail. It's related to the Holy Grail as well. Maybe this is one of the locations that they visit on the show because
Mm,
I can't see it being easily explained on the show to the average viewer to understand why Vesica Pisces is a clue that keeps appearing in the background. Now, I don't know how esoteric they're going to be with it. Maybe it's because the Wikipedia page for this symbol points to this chalice well where the Grail was supposedly hidden and where Excalibur supposedly might have been fished out of. It's kind of interesting. So yeah, maybe this is it. Maybe this is what they're pointing us to. This well with its King Arthur, Welsh Irish mythology connections and its Holy Grail connections and its Excalibur connections.
okay. I'm okay. So here comes the part where I push back a little bit.
Sure, sure. I mean,
I
I
had
just came up with this, so I'm not wedded to it in any way.
okay, so I had this great conversation. Anne, she's in the chat. Anna, who's in the chat. It was Sophie L. It was Julie B. It was a couple others. A couple others. And Rainbow was in the chat. And we were in the voice chat on Discord. Now, we had a great conversation about Tabitha getting out. And it was a very logical, very what would happen if kind of conversation. Anna, she said, yes, I loved our conversation. Yes, indeed. Y'all gotta check us out on the Discord. If the mods can drop the link to the Discord, let me see if I can find it and get it, drop it first, and then you guys can take it away from there. If you want some good discussion, I hop off in the Discord. You might catch me in there making a beat. You might catch me in there just writing my next script for the video. You might even catch me editing a video. You can get a sneak peek. I won't. I don't mind. I do that sometimes. But yeah. If you do that, all right. So let me get back to what I was saying. The pushback. We're in pushback mode a little bit. Okay. So are you saying that Tabitha is going to be traveling different places of the world to try to get artifacts and able to get back into Fromland?
Yes. I'm not sure if she's collecting. I think initially she's just pursuing clues that have somehow been left for her using Leonardo da Vinci's paintings. I know
Mm-hmm.
that sounds crazy, but that's where the clues are pointing me. So think of a Da Vinci Code and Robert Langdon. I think that Tabitha's mom, Eloise, with her art history background, will be like the Robert Langdon equivalent, giving us like the explanations that we need for the historical context of this quest that they're going to go on. Eventually, it's going to lead them to a diary. Remember how Jade starts writing in Kenny's book? I think in the same way, someone called Philippe de Comines, who was a French memoirist, I believe that he is present in the origin story of Fromland, and he writes a memoir of the events that created Fromland in the pages of another book, a red book. And I think that that's how the quest starts. They learn about the origin story of Fromland, and then they realize that they need to collect these other artifacts because they're what allows them to beat the boogeyman. So she and Eloise are going to collect as many as they can, I actually think that there's gonna be I know this sounds crazy, I know it does, so I'm cool with people thinking I'm way off the mark here, but I actually think that Tabitha, Eloise, and Henry are going to steal a bunch of jewels, including an emerald pendant that Elizabeth I owned, Liz Taylor's pearl earring that originally belonged to Cleopatra in the mythology of From. I believe that there will be a ring, a signet ring that once belonged to Erasmus and Mark Antony. Um, and I think there's going to be a necklace potentially as well that they have to steal. Um, so so that's where I see, and I see them stealing all of these in this big heist towards the end of the series, and then they return to Fromland and battle with the boogeyman. So I get it. Like I can understand why people think this is far fetched because there's so like the clues on the show are so mysterious. It's like how could I possibly be making such specific predictions? Like we haven't even seen a reference to emeralds on the show, and
Okay. So you're
sorry, go
you're
ahead.
you're right. So you're right. People would think that. Now, I wanna say this. Our conversation last night was talking about the possibilities of Tabitha and what would be if she was to come out. Like, I said that she would probably call her family, she would probably call the authorities. And then someone pointed out, like, well, she probably wouldn't call the authorities due to the fact that she's back and her family's missing, and she would probably get blamed, you know, for the disappearance of her family. And also, this is why she would seek out a priest and to talk to a priest. And so I'm with that. I'm like, yeah, it doesn't look feasible for her to do such a thing. Also, where does she how does she get plane tickets to go, outside of the country and all of these things? W- You
I
know,
have no idea to be honest.
with
Like
that whole dynamic.
I don't know to be honest. Like all I know is I'm fairly certain they have to travel to Europe. Um, I just feel like to do it's going to be really uninteresting if they're doing all this research from a laptop in a room. It's just not how I see it happening on the show. And isn't it interesting that recently the actress Catalina Moreno had a big vacation in Italy recently?
Yes, that is interesting. That
Maybe
is
at the end of
very interesting.
filming she extended her trip. Who knows? But this is just. But her family is with her. So
Well, the
uh,
thing about it though, too, though, is if that's the case and she was doing this, they wouldn't need the other actors to be in this. So it's quite plausible that she could go on vacation and film scenes that are meant to be on location in Italy or, in Europe. And yeah, that's totally plausible. That's a great theory. And then you went and backed it up like, yo, she just went there, and they wouldn't need her to be there with the rest of the cast because the rest of the cast is stuck in Frumland. And so if she does go out and go on some sort of trip like that, that would be dope. Even at minimum, if they're not doing it from if they're not doing it in the third season, they could have been scouting, you know. That could have been set scouting for season 4. Who knows?
yeah, or
I
maybe
want to
they
shout
decided
out
to
to
film some scenes from season 4 while filming season 3. That happens all the time.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. I talked about this today. Shout out to From Downtown 296. We appreciate your generous super chat of $5. He says, peace real, peace chat. Listening in from the gym. Tomorrow we hit the 30-day countdown mark. Yes, indeed. I was just saying that to Taran before we started the live. Yo, we a month away, a day from being a month away. Here is it's coming. And yes, indeed. And this $5 will go towards the trip as well. And like if you weren't here, brother, we said that we were postponing the trip until next year around May or June when the weather's better. and we can actually focus on the documentation that we're trying to collect. And so thank you for that as well. If you want to donate to the trip and you want to see this happen, you want to see the documentary that we're going to put together, you can donate at $ Real Enigma on Cash App, or you can drop a super chat, buy some memberships. You know what I'm saying? Elevate some of the people to the magnified part of our little family here, of our little family here. So yeah, I'm with you on that. And you know what, Taryn? Your answer is spot on. I mean, I can't argue with your answer. You just simply said, I don't know. I don't know how this is going to happen, but I'm confident that it is going to happen. You have some outside information about how she went into Europe for her vacation after filming. Um, and she does drop hell of emojis, which I think we can get into a little bit later and talk about that a little bit about the emojis. I think the emojis and them sharing emojis, I
Dude,
think
look,
I
you
think
just
it's
got
very interesting. There are some pushback,
you
but
got you got another donation, man.
oh wow. From downtown drops 20. I just got here. But here you go. Always down for the Frumly cause, brother. I appreciate you. Yes, indeed. Oh man, the generosity is overwhelming at sometimes. Like I love when y'all believe in what we're doing and y'all actually drop funds on it. It's dope. Yo, here we go. Oh, chocolate beauty, real. You should do a YouTube short every day until 9/22. Woo! Yes. I think I have enough. Um, I think I've been consistent enough in my theory for the past entire year or so, and I have enough YouTube content that I can provide a short. I just started doing that actually, but I think tomorrow I should do one, at least one every single day. I agree with you on that, Chocolate Beauty. Thank you for your donation and thank you for your suggestion. I will definitely take that in and consider it deeply. But you know what? I'll take 2 more seconds to, yeah, I'm going to do that for you. Sis, thank you for your $10. And I will be doing that for you as well. You know what I'm saying? Man, that's so dope. Yeah, that's such a dope idea. I think I have enough content to where I can make a short every day, and even with the new content and the recent videos that I've put out, and I just started doing that. I went back to my very first video and I did a short about how I pointed out that the title credits has a picture of the boy in white who he looks older, and his mouth looks like a crow, and like that was in my very first video where I pointed that out. And I I also thought about the crowmen, you know, the crowmen and the Kramanakal. You have the crowmen and then the word akal. And the only thing that I can think of when you think about akal is ocular. And ocular is having to do with the eyes. And as we talked about the eyes, and the Vesica Pisces is in the shape of the eye, the human eye. And we have the bleeding eyes, we have people injuring their eyes, and from we have the eyes going gray on the people, the eyes are gray on the man in the under the boulder. Just eyes are someone's watching everyone for sure, and just eyes are real relevant there. So the Kramen Akal was very interesting to me. And the Crowman itself, Jim crows several times. I thought that that was relevant. And there was a picture also. There was a picture of, it looked like someone was transforming into a crow of one of Victor's drawings. I don't know if it was Victor's drawings, but this might have even been in the title sequence. Yes, it was one of the drawings from the title. Looks like someone like morphing or changing into a crow. Here it is. I put that on the beak, but I gotta find the original one, the original picture. I have the original one, but it looks like a beak. But I just highlighted where the it looks like this person has a beak right here.
Real, I just wanted to say, I do watch all of your videos. I just have a very bad memory. So
Mhm.
I forget what you've said, because I'm not memorizing the history that you're dropping, I'm letting it wash over me.
You
So
know
then I
what's crazy is I forget a lot of the shit too. I'm not even gonna hold you. I forget that I said certain things sometimes, and that's why I go back and watch my videos because I'll be like, "Yo," and that's also what keeps me consistent in my theory as well. And it keeps me consistent in my theory uh, because I'm going back and I'm looking at the information that I dropped, the connections that I made. Like my videos are just like I write a bunch of bullet points down and then I just start freestyling. If I don't like the way I said something, I say it again and I just edit it out and I then edit the videos and put some visuals to it and I bring it to the people. Very simple. It definitely doesn't speak for my editing skills, but that's not the purpose. Here is the original right here. And you can't tell me that doesn't that look like a crow? It definitely comes to a point. You know what I'm saying? It definitely comes to a point. And these lines that go around it to me appear like something is spinning or something around it. You know what I'm saying? Or this figure is spinning around and it it comes off as if some sort of light is emitting from it and some sort of change or metamorphosis is going on. So I'm gonna stick to my crow men theory. I definitely think that there's something to do with the crow men. Here's the boy in white. I think he also looks a little older in this picture as well. um
It is interesting, the boy in white, because isn't there a picture of the boy in white supposedly with like a receding hairline that I thought looked a bit like that actor from Lost?
Yes, that's what we were talking about, that,
Mhm.
that has
Mhm.
the mouth of a crow,
Yeah, that one. Yeah, exactly that one. Yeah.
this right here, and the
Now,
boy
can I ask you, Real, do you think the crows are good or bad?
I think the crows are good,
Me too, man. 100%, I believe that.
and there's the crows are what let me know that there were 2 different entities that are fighting against each other and using the people as, like, chess pieces and shit, and the crows are what let me know it, and the moment that I saw, Tabitha and Victor in the tunnel and those rats were eating the crow, I said, okay, so why would these rats be eating the crow? When actually rats are afraid of crows. Crows eat rats. You know what I'm saying? Um, so I was like, why are these rats eating the crow? And why is that going down where these monsters are at? These monsters are down here. The slow walkers are down here in these tunnels. And down here in these tunnels, we have a rat eating a crow. So if the crow was bad, why would he be getting eaten? You know what I'm saying? So maybe the crows are good and the other or it's not is just cut as dry. It's not as just cut and dry as bad and good. I think it might be, a little bit of both. But I do think that have some sort the crows are not alone in as far as the entities are concerned. Is that I don't know if I'm articulating this well. Are you following? Are y'all picking up what I'm putting down? I think that showing the crows getting eaten up in the tunnel was a definite call out to the fact that they are being they're fighting with someone. And the crows are what approach the people. That's the only time we see the crows. Then they also have the crows in the opening title segment, and the crow is flying over the American flag. So I don't know. It just says something to me there. You know what I mean? I don't know how to put it or how to go about it, explaining it, but there is definitely. two different entities, if not more, maybe three. You said
There's
there are four, right?
there's 7, man. 4 players and 3 others. That's why the 7 and the 4 come up so often. There's 7 beings and 4 players.
Hmm.
3
Okay.
of them 3 of them are evil. 2 of them are definitely good. Maybe 3 of them are good. And sorry, 4 yeah, 3 of them are evil, 2 of them are good. One of them I'm not sure about if they're sort of forced to be evil or if they're actually evil. And then one of them is probably good. I don't know that they're supposed to be neutral in some of the history, but they probably have become good at this stage. I don't know. Sorry, this means nothing to anyone. Sorry, I'm just speaking aloud. But yeah, I think there's 7 beings for sure.
Okay. I'm looking for the one picture of the guy from Lost. Here he is. Yo. Oh, damn. Yo, when you pointed this out to me, I had a barrel of laughs for sure. You remember that? That shit was too funny to me. I don't know why this tickled me so much, yo.
Sorry, I
But
was muted this whole time. I've been speaking, laughing with you.
oh
Yeah,
no.
it's funny. It actually looks similar. The hair, come on, the hair almost looks identical. It's almost like that's the picture the artist used. You know?
Word, exactly. It looks like this is what they were trying to say. Like this is this guy. Hold on, I gotta find that picture. It was in our WhatsApp. Yo, here it is. Okay, let's bring it over. Yo, this shit was so funny to me, yo. I don't know why this tickled me so much, but Bull does look like him. Look at the hairline. Look at the hair. Look at the hair. Look at the
Look at
hair.
the ears. The ears stick out.
Here.
Sorry, Michael Emerson, if you're watching, but come on. It just it looks even the lips, man. Like the he's got like quite a deep what's that thing above your lip called?
uh, I don't know.
It's like the Venus cleft or some
Yeah,
weird
some shit
word
like
like that. But doesn't that look a little bit like the crow shape as well? Just a little bit?
yeah, it
Uh,
it totally does.
And
It's
doesn't he
just
have a
so
little bit of a chin dimple as well?
yes,
Like
he does. Yes.
just underneath his lip, there's like a
If
little bit of a
if this dude pops up on the show, I'm telling you, we riot, yo. Like, yo,
and
we are gonna bug the
he
fuck out.
just finished filming Evil, apparently. So he would be ready to jump on a new show.
Oh man, like if he hops on from with him also being yo, shout out to From Downtown, $5 super chat. Thank you for the generosity, fam. I think the pros were definitely warning people at the tree in the road, or is it too late at that point?
You're right on both points, in my opinion.
Yes, yep.
They are
That's what I
warning
was
them,
gonna say. They are warning them, but it's
but
too
it
late.
is too late.
Yeah,
They
I
aren't warning them to turn back or anything. They're warning them like this is a creepy place. We're creeping you out so that you're on your guard because this place is not normal. That's what I think they were doing.
yo, officially him says I googled crow mouth, and the Isbith definition came up with the term is a metaphor for one who often speaks bad things or inauspicious words, or inauspicious words. Hmm.
Mm. Debbie just said Filtrum is the lip thingy that we were talking about. Thank you, Debbie.
Filtrum, yes, I heard that before. I remember in football
I was
somebody
way off. I
cut their
was
lip,
way
and yeah, I saw that happen before to someone.
dude, I think I mean honestly, this seems like 50-50, if you ask me.
This right here, the resemblance is crazy, and the fact that the showrunners dealt with this guy in a former production is just like, and even look at his collar.
Mm,
Look at his collar. Look at the collar. Like,
mm.
yeah.
Look at the lips. Look at
Look
the
through
ears.
the ears. The hair the hair lets you know that that's what this whoever drew this
Colin
and
Canning, I think, is the artist
Colin
particularly.
Can okay, so Colin Canning used this guy. It looks like he used this exact picture as a reference, and this is the picture that just comes up when you Google the guy's name and shit. So
It's the first one that comes up, I
yeah,
think.
yeah, and I mean, to put that in the title sequence over and over again is something that is just like in our minds. We know this and we see this. A lot of people said they didn't notice that it was a crow's mouth. But
Mm,
man, if you go back to my very first video, I was like, yo, that's a crow's mouth. And then I started seeing people say that in the like, Facebook groups
mm,
and stuff like that.
mm,
And
mhm,
I mean, I noticed it right away.
mm, mhm. This guy has some
Also,
eyelids on him too, doesn't he? By the
yeah,
way.
I mean, look at the eyes. Look at the eyes. If this guy didn't use this as a reference, we bugging, yo.
Yeah, I mean, look, it could be pareidolia, it could be wishful thinking. Have you met this character on Lost yet?
No.
He's probably my favorite character on Lost. Maybe not like favorite in terms of like the one I like the most, but certainly one of the best written characters on Lost. He's a
Mm,
fantastic actor, and I guarantee you he's a villain in From if he shows up. Because man, is he a good villain.
mm. Okay. So he's all right, yeah. I don't want any spoilers yet. I yo, Lost is so hard to watch for me, yo. I just have a confession to make. I Lost is difficult to watch.
I won't tell you if he's a villain in Lost, but he is a villain in Evil. That's where I know him from
I
as
don't
well.
think I don't think that is the bad show, but
Mhm.
all of the flashbacks just feel too soap opera like to me, and I don't really like rocking with the show like that. I'm watching it for research purposes. I love all the
Mhm.
connections. Me and Julie just made a connection last night. The guy that he took one of the seats from the plane out of the plane, and he's sitting up in the seat, and I made a connection to Randall about that because Randall
Mm,
takes the bus seat out and puts it on top
mm,
of the bus. But there's
mm,
so many connections, like just a pregnant woman, a drug addict, just on
mm.
all kind of different levels. There's
And the titles, the names of the episode on Lost are identical. In fact, I think Lost and From share the same episode title twice already.
mm,
And they have
yeah,
like a ballerina and stuff in it as well. I think there's an episode called Glass Ballerina.
yeah. Gardenia Blossoms said that would be kind of cheesy to use the same villain from Lost. No, it would be. It would be. I can say that it would be kind of corny or cheesy. However, they got Harold Perrineau in there, and it's all about maybe how they pull it off, or he might not be a villain. Like if you make just bring him in as a character or something happened to him, he doesn't even
That's
have to
true.
have a lot of
He doesn't
parts.
have to be a villain. Maybe he's sick of being a villain. So there's an episode of Lost called The Glass Ballerina,
Wow.
and there's also an episode called Stranger in a Strange Land. I'm pretty sure that's the title of one of the episodes in season 1 or 2 or something.
Okay.
There was
Oh,
another
you
one, but
thought we were okay, yeah, okay. We were referencing kind of both Gardenia. I I will not even be surprised if he pops up in the show at this point. Okay, so the man in black with the $2 super chat. Thank you very much. And you said you thought they were ravens. Um I I know a lot of people thought they were ravens. I did a video where I put ravens and crows cawing up together and compared the two, and then compared those to what we heard on From. It's actually in one of my early videos. Might be second or third video. Um
hmm.
I compared what a crow's call sounds like and what a raven's crow sounds like. Ravens sound like little horns, wah, wah, like But
So in the original scripts of From, the
hmm
pilot scripts,
hmm
they are described as crows.
oh, okay,
So now I don't know if they changed that, but it seems like that's if it's part of the mythology, I doubt that it would change. However, I will say I do believe that on the show, in the mythologies that they take from, you can take or leave whether they're crows or ravens. So there are raven like the ravens are part of Norse mythology, for example, rather than crows, I think. So it doesn't really matter if it's a crow or a raven in the context of the mythology of the show. It applies to both, I think. But in the context of what we're seeing on the show, I think they're supposed to be crows.
yes, I do. I think they're supposed to be crows as well. I mean, the sound that they were making was totally crows, and then you have the Crominaku, crowmen, Crominaku. Then you have Jim saying crows do crazy things, caw, and then him crowing.
Yeah,
Uh,
and he makes a really weird sound, to be honest.
yeah, he totally, yeah, that he totally has something to do with the people that run this place.
But it wasn't Jim pretending to be the Cromonocle when he did his weird crow noises?
The first time he did it was in the RV, and everybody looked at him like in disgust.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, he's uh Ethan asked Dad, what were those crows doing back there? And he said, I don't know. Caw, caw. Sometimes crows do crazy things, and he laughed and everybody was looking at him like, whatever, But yeah, totally, I agree. I wanted to say something about the original script as well. Just to switch speeds a little bit. The the original script also called for Colony House to be a lot wilder than what we actually saw, like with all kind of drug usage and orgies and all type of shit going on. Colony
Definitely.
House,
It was way like I think Fatima was supposed to be completely naked in the original
that
script.
original scene with
Yeah.
Boyd coming
He was
in, yeah,
supposed to walk in and her getting painted in the nude, and then she covers herself with a gown. In this
right,
case, it's more like a tasteful, almost nude.
yeah,
Um, I think they scaled it back
quite a
to make
bit.
it more. I think people can get on with horror more than like outright sort of like nudity and like people having sex in public and stuff like that. I think when they came to make it, they were just like, it's not fair on the actors to make them do these things. It's not fair on, we're not just doing this for shock value. Let's be more tasteful, I think is what they
What
thought.
they actually ended up at, yeah,
Yeah.
I agree with that. And they did leave a sex scene in there. They got a sex scene in there to show people kind of like the vibe. I think they conveyed the message of this place being wild and open very well. I mean, they had Fatima, who's supposed to be with Ellis, and she's, kissing on the girl. And then she explains, like, oh, yeah, we mess around. Everybody kind of messes around, but this is my person right here. But she, even Donna asking her, she's sure that it's Ellis's, you know what I mean, also brings the possibility that it could be from another male's, seed or whatever. But
Yeah.
it says a lot about Colony House, right? If that is the case, if that's the case, it totally brings a different vibe to how I even view Donna. I already don't trust Donna, right? But just to know that this is how the place was supposed to come off with the orgies and everything all wild. I mean, they, like I said, they drove the point. They had a sex scene 10 feet away from kids sleeping on the floor and shit like that. So like, yeah, that's pretty wild. We get the point. They didn't have to show any more. But Donna is like who runs this place. So it kind of speaks for her character wise. And then it puts a whole new light on her wanting to separate Julie from her parents. I have been saying from the door that I think uh, Donna was trying to have a fertile young girl in there that she could possibly, that would possibly get pregnant to be used as a vessel to bring in a deity. I think Donna is, I think, and we could all, I could be wrong about this. You know, next thing you know, Donna's dead, and we're like, yeah, y'all thought she was the bad one, and all of that. I think Donna could have been trying to have like a young girl in there to get pregnant and stuff like that. And then, because look how excited she was about Fatima getting pregnant in a place like this. Like, that makes no sense. You see
Mm,
what I'm saying? That makes no sense. Why would, and just think about it. Why would anyone be happy about that? It's like,
mhm,
oh no, you're pregnant.
mhm,
You know what I mean? Like, this is not time to be happy and all of that. Um, I I mean, pregnancy is a time to be happy, but not in a place like this. You know what I'm saying? You have some women don't, if they're very doing very well in their career and stuff like that, they get mad if they get pregnant out in the real world. You know, you have an athlete gets pregnant, like, come on. Like, but this girl gets pregnant in a nightmare town where monsters come at night. You know,
and
what is
she
there
was
to be?
and she was diagnosed, impossible to have children.
Right,
I
she
think
was.
it's pretty clear that, some people in Fromland are being healed, which suggests that there's a benevolent, magical being somewhere hidden on the show. It's quite likely that they live in Colony House
Mhm.
because, Ellis doesn't start healing quickly until he returns to Colony House. And isn't it interesting that they have Donna do a sleepover at the Matthews house the night that Ellis gets stabbed? So contrived. So contrived. Donna is the one healing people. Donna's the one that heals Fatima so that she can become pregnant. Donna's the one that heals Ethan. Donna's the one who doesn't
How she
heal,
heal Ethan?
with the food that they're fed at Colony House.
I think that is just simply from being at Colony House.
I mean, it could be that as well, but they definitely. I remember Tabitha talks to Ethan about having breakfast, at Colony House, and then the next day they have breakfast in the diner. So, and remember, Ellis gets brought food by Donna even though they're running out of food, and she's like, "Oh, it's fine." Now, you could, like, every clue on the show could be explained away by a skeptic, right? So a skeptic would say, "Well, Ellis just got stabbed, so of course they're going, even though they're running low on food, they're going to give Ellis like a nice healing breakfast of food." But it's interesting that Ethan eats at Colony House. They make a big deal of him having breakfast. He argues. He talks about hobo eggs with Tabitha. Then Donna brings food to, Ellis, and, Jim, who hasn't really hung out in Colony House ever, and he's never eaten any food there, he also doesn't get healed. But remember, it's Jim and Donna that have beef about the radio voice. Jim's the one running around town making plans with Randall, and then he's not getting healed. So, and the only person who has beef with Jim about this is Donna. So, the fact that Jim is not getting healed either means Colony House heals you, and he's not in there long enough to heal, uh, or Donna's the one healing people. She's not healing Jim because she doesn't want him running around getting up to mischief. And Donna's the one that healed, Fatima. And the fact that Donna is, contrived to be out of Colony House the night that Ellis gets stabbed, again, a skeptic would say, well, maybe it's because Donna is too, like, too, uh, organized or too much of a leader, so the situation wouldn't be as desperate if she was there because she'd know what to do. And I get that. That's a good argument. But I think when you add all of this evidence together, it suggests that Donna's the one doing the healing. And she is the most likely candidate if it's someone that we know. If it's not a mysterious being in the background, who's the one who's been in Fromland the longest, other than Victor? It's Donna. Who's the one who acts the most suspiciously, other than Tilly in some people's opinion? It's probably Donna. I think you think it's, Jim. real. But in any case, that's where I'm coming from. But you're free to disagree. I'm just trying to explain where my thinking comes from.
No, no, I'm not mad at that theory at all. I can see it being Donna as the one healing people. I can get down with that theory for sure. Donna definitely did bring Ellis the plate of food, but we didn't see her feed him. We didn't see her feed him when he broke his arm though. And he was hurt until he went back to Colony House and he's up and running all over again. You know
Yeah,
what I'm
it
saying?
was super quick, super quick. And then Donna brings him food suspiciously.
Yo, Bull hit the ground like a sack of potatoes when he jumped off that roof. Like
Yeah,
that was
and then Smiley comes around the corner literally 20 seconds after he falls to the ground.
right, like right after he was all the way upstairs in the room. So they do have, I don't know, they can move fast.
In
So
my opinion, the monsters can only move quickly when no one's looking at them. Doesn't Randall say something to Jim about, you know, we need to look at them at night when everyone's hiding behind their curtains. We need to see what they do when no one's looking at them. And when they think no one's looking at them. And I think that's a clue that when a human is looking in their direction, they have to walk slowly. But if you're not looking at them, they can fly very quickly, or teleport or run extremely quickly somehow. I think that's what the show's trying to tell us. And if I may, this is slightly tinfoil. I think they're playing a game called Grandmother's Footsteps. In the game Grandmother's Footsteps, it's kind of like red light, green light, where you can only move when someone looks at you. But I think in this case, they can only walk when someone's looking at them. And that's why the first monster that we meet on the show is a grandmother pretending to be a grandma. I think that's like a clue.
I agree with you. There was an episode of Doctor Who back in the day where it was these monsters that did that. They would stand like statues when you look at them, and when you turn around, they start coming after you and shit. It was a funny ass episode, but yes, indeed. I want to circle back to the boy in white again. What do you make of this picture of him?
I got nothing for you, man, on that.
Okay.
I don't
Well,
have any clues that it's telling me
look
it's a
at the
boy in white.
contrast. Look at the contrast in the hair.
Yeah, I mean, it's totally. There's clearly different versions of the boy in white running around, right?
Hmm.
Is it different timelines of the boy in white? Does he get older, or is it a different person? And there's like a different human in every timeline that has a different. That there's a different boy in white in every timeline, maybe. Hard
Right.
to say. I'm very curious about who the boy in white is. My theory on that changes all the time. I'm almost definitely going to be wrong. I have to pick one to go with. Like, I think maybe he's the immortal son of Bridget of York, and he's been one of the being's avatars for all this time, and he hasn't aged as a result. But then why is Donna, who's in her 20s in the origin story, now uh in her like mid 50s in Fromland? Like, why did she age if she's been the Spider Woman's archetype all this time? Maybe the spider being changed avatar for 40 years, or for like 30 years or something. I don't know.
Do
Sorry, I'm
you
just
interpret this as okay? So I think that these two pictures right here, being so drastically different as they are purposely done in that way
do the
to
clothes look too small for him now, do you think?
well, here you are. Like I think that the clothes are still proportioned the same on each one. I think that this one is a lot older. This one looks like a man, or
Yeah, yeah.
at the very youngest teenager. You know what I'm saying? Or late teenager.
Mhm.
But
I mean, that's a
this,
receding hairline, if you ask me.
that's a receding hairline. And especially when you look at this boy in white's picture, it is the exact opposite. Okay. We have green
Mhm,
grass, we have flowers. I
mhm.
think that this white background signifies snow on the ground. Um, the trees are similar in nature as far as it being like a triangle top tree.
There's 5 in one and 11 in the other. There's
5 and 1.
flowers in one, but no flowers in the other.
Right, because I think that's snow on the ground. You see what I'm saying? And when you look at it's just like it's almost like just night and day. This is an older boy in white in the snow. This is a younger one with his hair intact. You know, so there's definitely something here. This is like a specific contrast. Also, it looks like the person that drew this one would be older. It's more of a mature. I mean, you got more detail, the shoelaces, the shoelaces, and it just looks cleaner. You know what I'm saying? The arms are jointed better.
I think the clothes do look a little smaller. Like, look at the difference between the shorts and the socks in the one on the left and the one on the right. Look how far down the arms the shirt comes on the left-hand side, and then on the right-hand side, it's like right up near his shoulders. It's almost like he's aged rapidly and his clothes are a little too small for him now. Just a theory. Just a theory.
Yo, that would be crazy. That would be crazy, and that would be weird looking and something scarier to look at. And this boy in white clearly has a smile on his face. This
Mm-hmm.
this guy
Mm-hmm.
here is sad as hell.
Mm-hmm.
Even if you don't even look at the mouth, he's sad. Look, the eyes
Yeah,
just look
I
so
agree. I
grainy.
agree. His eyes are kind of half closed.
Like he's
Yeah.
just he's just I don't know. He's had a rough day.
Those trees are so out of proportion as well, aren't they?
Yeah, yeah. They're like pines. They're like pines.
But the trunks are too long.
Well, and
They look more like arrows almost. Do you see what I mean? Like,
yeah, they do.
well, I don't know what that could possibly mean. Like that's when the esotericness of the show is just like, man, that you got so many different mythologies. How am I supposed to figure out what those arrow things mean? Who know? Who can say? Who can say
Here,
at this point?
here's the thing, right? How have we seen this picture of Victor? Have we seen this anywhere other than the title screen?
No, I don't think we've seen it anywhere but the title screen. Hey, can I make a commentary on something?
Yes.
Did you notice that in the interview uh, at Comic Con that the Jeff Pinkner and John Griffin said they have walls and walls and walls of planning for the show, like entire walls where they've mapped out what's going to happen on the show.
Wow.
Like, does that not tell you that this is a super complicated mythology? You know, this
Yeah,
can't
this is just not like
just click
some,
your fingers and
yeah,
say
I totally
aliens.
agree.
You
I
can't just click
totally
your fingers
agree.
and say aliens. They must have a lot of time related stuff, a lot of chains of time travel, a lot of things looping back and forth. I would I would
You muted a little bit. You muted. I couldn't hear you. Can't hear you still.
Oh man.
All right, now you're back.
Oh, okay, sweet. I was just saying I would pay good money to see that room. I would love two things really. I would love to hear John Griffin's pitch for the TV series because it is so complicated. I can't imagine how he explained it to an exec who's only got, 20 minutes to listen to you. Um, so that I would love to see, and I would love to see the wall where they've planned everything. Or they said that they have walls upon walls and even walls that don't exist yet,
Mm,
which is super interesting.
meaning
Uh,
that they have got a lot more to do.
yeah, like they're still adding things and taking things away, I guess is what they're saying, or like they don't know if they're going to include this thing or that thing, which is scary to me. That is scary to me because if they've left clues for loads of stuff and now they're just cherry picking what they're going to include or not, it will make me it makes me worry that a lot of the stuff that I'm predicting might not actually happen because they're deciding between one thing or the other. But who knows? Who knows?
All right. All right, so like I said, I think that we're spot on. However, I think we are solving the hidden meaning of from. I think that we are solving the hidden meaning of from. I don't think that we're actually like a lot of our theories are going to be shown in the background. just like the same way we're finding them is the same way that we'll continue to find them, and they won't. And as far as the historical reasoning on why this place was created, I think that they're going to cover that in a montage, hopefully, while somebody that's either in the past explaining it or the actual big bad explaining it.
Mm.
Now, I've heard people that have theories. A lot of people think that the boy in white is evil. My thing, I push back on that a little bit by saying the boy in white being evil or bad alludes that we've already seen the big bad. And I definitely
Mm.
don't think that's the case.
Well,
I just
you and I both agree that we can't. A lot of what Victor says, the opposite is true, right? He's
right.
what's called an unreliable narrator. The main thing about Victor, the first thing that we learn about Victor, other than that he's been here the longest, is the boy in white, right? It's when Ethan talks to Victor outside, mentions the boy in white, and Victor takes an interest, right? So that's the first time we learn that Victor has like a connection to like the beings that control this place somehow, right? And he thinks the boy in white is good. Um, doesn't that make it more likely to me? It makes it more likely that the boy in white is bad. I actually think that potentially the boy in white is forced to be bad, but doesn't necessarily want to be. And I think he might. I think that when he's got the dog with him, the dog's keeping an eye on him, making sure that he does as he's supposed to. But when the dog isn't with him, maybe the boy in white does stuff to try and help the people of Fromland. But the thing that confuses me the most is when Boyd is ends up in the well, and then he frees Martin and ends up getting the curse attached to him, and everything goes bad basically. And he basically frees the big bad from where he was trapped inside Martin's body, chained to the wall. Um, the boy in white sent him there. So I don't know. Maybe the boy in white is fully bad, but then he also pushes Tabitha out of the window through whatever portal was in the air, which is what I think happened, and um, frees her and sends her back to the real world. So I
what so
think
what
that
did you say again about the portal in the air?
so in Victor's drawings, in the behind the scenes making of From season 2 video, there is an
Do
image
you
of
have that link or something that I could post that we could watch that?
might take me a little while to find it, but let's have a
You
look.
but yeah, you can carry on while you try to find it.
Sure. So let me search it. What making of From, I think it was called. Uh Here we go. All right, I'll share the link with you in WhatsApp, and then
Percy Garcia says the boy in white is three specific things. He is the spider on the cave wall, Father Time, and Hades or Pluto. He embodies all three. Interesting, Percy.
I mean, it's what's interesting is that Percy's theory sounds quite similar to mine in some ways, but he doesn't have like a narrative framework. To Percy, I'm speaking to you now. I would love to understand how this all connects together. They can't just say, right, so the boy in white is the spider, and he's Pluto, and he's someone else, and that's that. Like, I need to understand why. How does this all your theory connect together? There's loads of
Right,
stuff,
right. That's
you
what
know.
that's the word I've been looking for with trying to describe Percy's theory. It needs a framework. It
Yeah,
needs
but
the
we'll
actual, yeah, you need to scaffold that thing
yeah.
together.
But let me find this video, and I'm gonna see where this image comes up. You could do you mind loading it up, and I'll tell you what the timestamp is where we see it.
Okay.
If by the way, everyone watching, if you haven't seen this video, you absolutely must. It is, I mean, first of all, every single one of Victor's drawings pretty much ends up being shown all at once, which is crazy. And you can zoom in and look at them. And oh, here it is. So it's 47 seconds into the video.
40 cent. Where did you put it? Oh, in the WhatsApp.
Yeah. And while you load that up, why don't I answer some questions? Percy wants to join the call, which I'm cool with. I think maybe when I drop off, I'm going to drop off at some point because I've got some work to do. And we just jumped straight on live. So yeah, 47 seconds into this.
Okay. Let me do something real quick first.
So Percy, if Real's cool with it, if Real has time, please feel free to jump on when I drop off, and you can explain, and maybe I can try and watch it later or whatever. But yeah, I like where your theory is going. The archetype stuff, I think you're correct on in that certain characters are representing certain archetypes. Some of the gods that you mentioned, I believe, will feature on the show as some of the archetypes of the beings portrayed through the history of Newfoundland. So yeah, 47, 48. There it is. So pause it there. Yeah, so you can zoom in, and where is it? Oh yeah, so it's next to your cursor on the left. Just there. Boom. If you wouldn't mind zooming in.
Hold on. Let me get a screenshot. Oh, I know exactly what you're talking about now. We talked about this.
Mm.
We talked about this. Okay.
Now there are two examples of there being like a door or a window in the air that seems to show like a portal in the air. So let's look at. There we go. There's one. So what's interesting, the quality isn't amazing, but you can see a box in the hands of the person at the bottom, and they're clearly abseiling down a rope. And it's two people with long hair. I think that's Eloise and Tabitha personally in like season 6. But we'll
It
see.
looks like a man with a backpack.
To me, it looks like two people with long hair. I think we disagreed on this last time we
Yeah, we
spoke
did
about this.
disagree on it. It
Yeah.
looks like a man with a backpack. There's the one arm, the other arm, and he's got his feet on the wall, and he's got a backpack on. Tell me you don't see that, bro.
I
I can't.
don't. I'm sorry. I see like a bag hanging off the person's body, and I see long hair. But
Yeah, I see that. So you see the bag. So you see the
I see
bag
some sort of bag
and the
hanging off
person
them.
holding themselves. So you think that's a female?
Yeah, because of Eloise and Tabitha. Like, unless it's Henry, who
This
I
is
think is
clearly a
cool.
female down here.
Yeah,
I
I think
think that
that's
might be a
Tabitha.
man.
Well, I guess we'll find out, right? Like,
Yeah,
we'll see if it's Henry or if it's Eloise. But I'm pretty sure it's Eloise and Tabitha returning to Fromland, coming out of whatever portal Tabitha fell
it
through.
could be Kenny and Jim.
Yeah, the only reason I think it's Tabitha is because the lunchbox is square, and she seems to be holding like a square in her hand. Now
Yo,
the
okay.
other one is, where is it? Can you zoom
This
out a
is
little
where
bit
you
more?
get the
Sorry.
boogeyman. This is where your man in black theory comes from.
Oh yeah, and in another version of this, he has like big red eyes. Oh yeah, so there, if you zoom in to the boogeyman to the top left of him, there, zoom in a bit more, down a, yeah. So you see the tree and the door and the rock. It's to the left of, yeah, there it is. Yeah,
This looks like it's on a beach.
exactly. But isn't there a weird doorway in the air? So I think this is how Tabitha and Eloise return
Oh, okay.
from land.
Okay, yeah.
There's these
So,
portals in the
all
air
right.
that they,
So, perspective wise, I could see that being in the air, or I could see it being farther away from the tree on the ground.
but can't you see the sea, the ocean behind it continuing
I
on the left
totally
and
see
right?
the ocean. This is a beach with a tree that
Mhm.
shouldn't be there.
Yeah, and that doorway shouldn't be there. There's no building behind it, right? It's just in the air.
Right. I think this part right here is the doorway. I think this is the door. And I
Mm.
think the black void is the once you've gone inside.
Would you
And
mind going? Oh,
this
sorry.
picture seems to be depicting that the the faraway tree's hole is aligned with this door. And there's a
Could
huge
be.
rock here.
Yeah, the huge rock is interesting too. And isn't it interesting that the new character DaCosta, her name means beside the coast?
Yes.
And then we see all these ship clues. I mean, guys, this is a origin story that originates with a ship landing on a coast, guys. So what does that mean? It's exploration of North America. And who arrived in North America before 1506? John Cabot. Like, this is the first clue that everyone needs to solve the rest of the show. And I'm so frustrated that I can't like convince many people to start following the chain. But the question I wanted to ask
Right
you
here
is,
is crazy too. This feeds your lake of tears, and it also feeds the eclipse theory.
yeah, and it potentially feeds this idea of like beings looking down like they're playing a game of chess, like a giant eye in the sky. And
And the
isn't
Vedic
that
Pisces.
and isn't that look like an eye, like a sort of reptilian eye on the right above the road with yeah, that one.
Yes, it does. It
And do you
looks
see the berry bush beside the river just
it kind of
above
looks
it?
like the eye of a bird.
Do you see the berry bush just above the eye?
Yeah,
So that is a major clue on the show. Berries are referenced all the time on the
yeah,
show.
they are. They're referenced too much.
The berries are a reference to Newfoundland fairies who are encountered by berry pickers.
Is this a
Um,
peach or an apple?
it could be either both peaches and apples are clues on the show. So it kind of doesn't matter. But what I wanted to show you is if you would zoom in on the top right of Victor's peach truck map.
Do you have that?
No, it's there. It's
Oh,
actually
this
yeah.
right here.
So you see that globe? If you wouldn't mind zooming
Yeah.
all the way in there, that is normal American Fromland on the top half, and on the bottom half, that is the Canadian amusement park town.
Ooh,
And do you see the Ferris wheel there, the sort of multicolored
yes,
circle?
I see it right here.
Now, if you wouldn't mind, please go to the top left of the image,
Look
of the
at
whole image, of
look
the
at
whole
the
image.
house upside down right here.
Yeah, it's like it's falling off the ground. But if you wouldn't mind going to the very top left of the whole image.
Yeah, the Ferris wheel.
So this is what I believe is the Canadian town. It even might be a replication of the Trinity Loop in Newfoundland, but I'm not 100% sure. But I believe that there's an amusement park town that we will meet. The only other alternative is if the 1930s version of Fromland has an
Mhm.
amusement park in it. But it's weird that they put it on the reverse upside down of the sort of snow globe thing. And there's so many timelines. Why highlight that one? That's what makes me think it's the Canadian town. And I know there's no official proof. There's no clues that lead to a Canadian town outside of the context of my theory. So
I mean, the
if
fact
I'm
that it's shot in Canada.
yeah, I guess that's true, and but as in it being a curse that affects all of North America, but it's divided between two territories, and that there's a Canadian version. Um,
Okay.
I mean, if Boyd, I actually picture it happening like this, right? Boyd goes underground. He goes down a spiral, 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 and he finds a mirror at the very bottom of this spiral. He walks, he touches the mirror and it's kind of liquid. And then he walks through it. He has a vision of like rainbows. And then he appears in an identical room. He climbs back out and everything looks the same. And then suddenly a Mountie rides out of the forest and approaches him. And then it fades to black. And I think that's the end of season 3 or maybe the end of season 4.
Mm.
That's how I see it happening. Now, it may happen in a completely different way, but I think a rainbow or a mirror are involved, and I think potentially spiraling down underground also may get him there. But hey, that's just my theory, you know?
Okay.
But anyway, this picture, there's so much to analyze here, and I'm saddened that it's not analyzed more on lives and on the From Reddit. It's basically I've never seen it on the Facebook groups, and there are so many clues here, so many clues, um, everywhere. I heard that there's loads of clues on the Peach Truck map that no one's picked up on.
Oh
So,
yes, there
uh,
are very many. And I
and
don't
you know,
think
it's pretty
anybody's
low
looking at
resolution
the
for me.
numbers as well. The numbers are very significant on the
It's got
Peach
the
Truck
dates
map.
from the lighthouse in the map, and it's got arrows leading back and forth from them. What does that tell you? Time travel. It's even in the same color. Like, look at it. If you zoom in where your cursor is, real, and you scroll down a little bit. So, what does that say? Uh, what's that number there? 17 something? 19 something?
This number here,
Yeah,
yo, I think this is where Boy finds the talismans right here.
but it looks like a number to me. There are
Okay.
numbers. There are other dates somewhere on the map.
Okay, so here's the Peach Truck right here.
Hmm. Oh
This
man,
is
I've
the
got too
Peach
many emails.
Truck.
I'm afraid I have to go real. Um,
Okay.
Thank you very much for having me on the show. I don't know if you'll continue, if you'll invite other guests on. It's totally up to you. But I'm going to drop off. I may listen in while I do some work. But I thank you for inviting me on your channel. Once again, I thank everyone who's look. It looks like 1981. Someone just wrote, and I think it might be, which is kind of confusing, but we'll see. But yeah.
I
Anyway,
can
thank
see
you to
that
everyone.
in there, or 1881.
Oh, yeah. It, yeah, it's hard to read it, isn't it? But
Yeah.
I think that tells us that there's time travel. That's just me.
I
Anyway,
believe
thanks.
that. I
Mm.
definitely believe that. What if you go so far, if you travel in a direction so far, it just automatically takes you back in time?
I mean, I'm still wondering how time travel works on the show. I think it's related to the bottle tree because of the bottles with dates in them. You know, maybe every time someone comes out of a bottle tree, they put a date. You know, every now and again they put the date that they came from in the bottle just to like say where they came from. I don't know. It's
I
sort of
don't
like
know.
the
This
basic
could be a
power.
little bit of credence to your theory right here. Not to stop you from going,
Yeah,
but I definitely want to point this out before you do go. You said that there is a portal in the sky or in
yeah,
the
that's what I
air,
thought.
suspended in the air.
Mm-hmm.
If you look at the lighthouse here, there's something like right here.
I never noticed that before. Thank you for highlighting that, man.
There's something right here.
Mm,
And I mean, it also suggests like, yo, the lighthouse is on, turning, like the way that the artwork is done. It's like,
mm.
you
There's some. It could be something there, man. Could be.
yeah. And then
Anyway,
you have
I
well,
have to
yeah,
go.
yeah, go ahead. Yeah,
Take
let's
it easy, man. Thanks so much,
we
everyone.
we appreciate you for coming through as always, as always.
You know,
Yes,
it's a work
indeed. And
day for
we'll,
me too,
we'll
unfortunately.
do it again. Let us know next time. Give us more heads up on your next live.
Yeah, I will. I don't know when it's next going to be. I think I'm going to write out my entire theory. No clues, no explaining any clues, just predictions. And then I'm going to just read it out in one go. It'll probably take me about 45 minutes. And then I'll just end the live, and that will remain as a record. And then, Real, I'm probably going to ask you to, I'm going to probably hire you to help me with my video where I'm gonna like animate it with images and stuff.
Let's
Um,
do it. I'm looking forward
yeah.
to it.
But yeah, anyway, goodbye everyone. Thanks so much.
Indeed. Peace. Yes, that was the man himself, TM, big TM in the building, Taran Matharu, Arthur, from theorist extraordinaire, we left he left on a real great note, actually. Left us at the Peach Truck map. The Peach Truck map is interesting. Very interesting. I remember seeing that Peach Truck map for the first time. I'm going to put the link in the chat for those who want to come up and speak. I know Percy wanted to come up. I have room for several to come up here. If you want to come up, let me know. Come on up. We'll add you to the show. Okay, let me open this Discord and see what's going on. So the Peach Truck map. Ever since the trailer showing the cabins, I have been trying to get like a real good barometer on where these cabins are at. Does anybody know? Does anybody have a theory on where they believe the cabins are? Or do you think that Kenny and Jim have gone back in time? Do you think they've gone back in time? Because I know Taran thinks they've gone back in time. Taran thinks they've gone back in time and that they'll meet someone in the 1860s time period. Okay, so here's the barn. Here is the hotel sign. There's the pool, the truck in the pool. There's the church. What is this? This looks like a figure, a dark figure sitting down. Am I bugging? Am I bugging? This looks like a dark figure sitting down. What is this? Doesn't this look like a person? Here's the head, shoulder, arm. Here's the body here. Here's the leg. I know y'all see this, right? Here's the shoulders, arm. It almost looks like they're sitting in a chair because these are straight lines right here. Yeah, this looks like a dark figure. Looks like a dark figure, y'all. Just sitting there hanging out. There's your man in black. Here's a man and here's a man in black. There's a dark figure for sure. This looks like the same dark figure sitting right here. I wish Taran would have been here when I saw this. I don't know if he saw this. Did anybody ever notice this? Am I bugging y'all? Or does this look like a figure right here? Let me know. Papa Sock says, I don't think they went back in time. I think it's another part of Fromville. But I'm wrong a lot. Yo, that's a good question. Every time I see this photo right here or this picture right here of I think about Miss Lou cutting her hands on that glass down there. Every time I see that, yo, why would somebody just paint that? I don't know. This kind of artistic thing to do. Imagine laying on the floor by the door in the diner, laying there trying to get an actual live reference while you're drawing this. Ooh, I just had a couple crazy thoughts. I'm gonna hold on to them for a little bit first. What else is on here, guys? What else do we see on this? Okay, so the multicolor spiral is prominent. You had the you have it here. You even have it here. What is this? Obviously looks like a house, but it doesn't look like any house we've seen in Fromville. And it almost looks like it's a monster house or something. Looks like an eye on a house. I don't know what that is. That's bugged out. Are all these things clues, or a lot of things have happened right in front of those bar stools? That's true. One of the craziest things that happened was Jim tossing Victor out the door like Uncle Phil tossed Jazz. Who is this dude? This dude, I think, is Victor's dad. That looks like Victor's dad. What y'all think? Okay, we got Percy Garcia has come in. There's some Civil War soldiers right there behind him, or some soldiers of sorts. There's that crystal ball. Come on up, Percy. You there? Can you hear
Can you
me?
hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. How you
Hello?
doing?
Ain't cooey crit, cuz.
Ain't cool, cuz.
What's
Ain't
going on,
cool,
man?
cuz. Crip walking, cuz. Yo, the Ed Cooley kids are mangy.
Yeah, people don't know
They
what we
need,
laughing about.
they need to do something about the Ed Cooley kids, yo. The Ed Cooley kids definitely need someone to step in and help. So what's going on? All right, so Taran, Taran came through and he brought the perfect word that I've been looking for. Framework. You gotta lay the framework for the theory, bro.
All right, what are you looking for?
Say what now?
Can you hear? I'm on my headset. Should I turn them off?
Yes, if it'll be better, probably.
Is this a little bit better?
Oh, that's a lot better.
Okay. We still here?
Yes, I am.
Your mic's kind of low, but I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
All right. So what are you guys looking for?
We need framework.
So are you saying like time wise?
Nah, for your theory, like you just can't be like the boy is Odin. You know what I mean? Like
Okay.
you gotta put it down. Uh-oh. We
I had to leave the house because my wife gets mad when I do this because she wants me to write a book.
yeah, we want you to write your theory. So we are in accordance with wifey. We
So
with her. Yeah, we're with her. Start with your theory.
all
I
right,
think you should
my
start with
theory is
saying,
based off of.
but you
Okay, I
no, look,
recognize.
let me
I'm
say
sorry.
this
Go
real
ahead.
quick. You have been doing a lot of writing as far as typing in the Discord, dropping your theory in many different ways. I could say that you have been on top of it in that aspect and that right. But you have not connected the dots. Like you'll make a statement and it'll just be there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get you.
Um, yeah, yeah, Carrie, you should definitely start with Terrence live. I'll tell you two places to start with Terrence because the framework is there. It just the framework took work. You know what I'm saying? It was a lot of work for him to put together his theory. Um, start with his Reddit thread, and then I would start with his live actually. Percy dropped off. He'll probably be back. Come on back, Percy, if you hear me. I think wifey might be chasing him down the block. I don't know. He left the crib to hop on with us. But wifey, hold on. You're not connected yet, Percy. It says device is not connected. Yeah, wifey done got a hold to him. She done got a hold to him. The device ain't even connect. Okay, I think she let him go or he broke free. Okay. Oh, there he is. There he is. Wifey was chasing you down the block, fam.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Yeah, I had to separate myself a little bit.
Yeah, wifey was chasing you down the block. I was already saying it. I already know wifey's chasing him down the block.
Now, you know why
Yeah.
this show, I'm not lying to you, real. This show has consumed me for the past, since the beginning of the show.
Does she watch the show with you?
Yes, and she thinks I'm a fucking nut. Yo, for real, my wife and kids, they think I'm an alien.
Okay, so dig this, right? There's a lot of people out there that think you're nuts from this theory, bro.
But you know
And
what? That tells me I'm on the right track, though.
no, that tells me your wife is on the right track.
Yo, okay.
She got more people agreeing with her than you got agreeing with you.
Yo, I'm telling. Listen, I've de. I went into deconstructing this fucking show, bro. Like I look past the drama. I've been studying everything that Terrence said, everything that you said, everything that Tony said, everything people saying on Discord. I've been studying, and how can I say this without okay. When I went into deconstructing the show, I started to recognize patterns and sequences. Once I recognized these patterns and sequences, and after I deciphered the talisman, is what got me on the path I'm on now.
Hey, yo, this is Percy at home.
Yes, that's me. You know, Jim, when he's in the house writing on the walls and shit, that's me. No, I'm serious.
This is Percy at home, y'all. Like we're from. Nah,
Yes.
I low key feel you. I'm not gonna hold you. I low key feel you. You know what I'm saying? My lady be looking at me like, how the fuck did you figure that out? Like, where the fuck did you get that?
Or how the fuck did you see that? Or how did you connect those pieces together?
Exactly. Like, I was just like, yo, when you said you had to separate yourself for a minute, all I see is your lady chasing you down the block with a broom.
Telling me to fucking stop it.
Yeah. She got a notebook and some pen under one arm and a broom in one hand. She's chasing you. You get off the phone and finish the book.
Jokes aside, though, all jokes aside, real. People think I'm crazy. I know, I get it. Whatever. I'm not offended. But when you start peeling back the layers on this show,
it takes you there. You stuck in there just like them people.
yes, but listen, I know how to get the fuck out. No, I'm serious. They show you. Listen, this show has literally shown you every question that people have. This show has shown you already. The problem is this show is not, it's not linear. You need to use your mind, your ears, your eyes. You need to use all your. This is for those that really want to know what's going on.
Yo, for real. Like, nah, I find myself in these rabbit holes of different information. And I'm telling you, some of the stuff I can't even bring on this channel, bro. Like I
Yes,
put it in the Discord though. If y'all go to the
it definitely
Discord,
gets dark.
the Discord is linked at the top. I pinned that in the Discord. Come to the Discord. Sometimes I'm in there, we go crazy in there especially when I come in there. I'll start off making beats for the few minutes. Everybody's just sitting in there vibing with me while I'm cooking beats or whatever, writing a rhyme or whatever, writing, doing whatever. And then somebody will ask a question and then it just goes from there. And last
Yep.
night there was some of the stuff that I didn't want to put in a video that I told you guys last live. I wasn't going to do a video on this. I'm going to speak on it in the Discord, and I dropped it in the Discord. So
I didn't catch that.
I know you didn't catch it. I'm going to do it again tonight, maybe tonight in the Discord, probably on the late night. I'll come in the Discord and we'll have that discussion again. You know, it's about the predictive programming aspects of this show.
Yo, I'm glad. Yo, okay, so I'm not going crazy.
Oh yeah, the predictive programming is heavy in here. Like it's predicting stuff. You know, I'm not even going to talk about it right now.
No, not to cut you off. How did you figure it out?
I figured it out just by it popping up right on like everything that is happening and from started happening this year. And I'm not even going to talk about it. We talked about it last night in the Discord. If you were there, you heard it. It was only a couple of people there. Julie was there. You had Sophie L was in the building. Sophie, I enjoyed talking with Sophie. I wish she was here now. I'd ask her to come on up. If any of my mods drop the link, let's get some people up here. Let's have a good time. Let's have some good discussion.
Yeah, I want to talk about those drawings.
Yes, I'd love to talk about the drawings. Which drawings do you want to bring up? Do we have any links and stuff like that you want to bring up?
So the one that you was talking about, the portal in the sky.
Mm-hmm.
That's Carrie, Victor and Julie.
Stop for a second and respond to Carrie real quick. She's showing you.
Okay, my bad.
Go ahead. You saw her comments.
Percy has done a good job relating to this theory to the characters, not just saying the theory over and over again without plugging in characters so we can relate to the theory and the story. Yeah, I try to drop as much information. I try to drop as much information in the Discord because what I want people to do is I want people to research and connect the dots. I don't want to connect the dots for them.
And she also says, he also explains why he thinks each character for into his theory. So good job, Percy. You are relatable. Keep up the good work. I understand you fully. Framework or no framework. Yo,
thank you, Carrie. I appreciate that.
That's what's up. And you know what? That shows me right there that you need to put some framework together because that's kind of what's needed for these videos to like pop. You know what I mean? You got to put your framework together. Put it together. And like I said, I'll help you. I'll help you in any way I can because people have come along to help me. You see what I'm saying? Like, you know, people have helped me. Scarlet Fever, she was in the chat just earlier. I know I saw her hanging around.
She's dope. She's my people's.
Yes, indeed. So, like, you know, we definitely want to show love where it's due, you know, and keep that vibe moving. You know, shit. But I'll help you just as others have helped me. I'm sorry, I got a little distant, you guys. Just gotta
But listen, as crazy
check
as you
that.
think, as crazy and funny as you think my theory is, it's all based off of research. Like it's all, there's nothing in my theory that's illogical. Everything that I drop is off of research. And
I'm gonna push back in a second, but go ahead, burn out. Go ahead.
there's from is it's a tool. The show for regular people, it's just a show for them. But then there's for curious people like me that I said this on Tony's live the other day. Sarah's Dutch doll, the little layered Dutch doll,
Hmm.
that's symbolic of what's going on in the show. There's so many layers to this show.
Okay,
But
see, that's what I'm talking about right there. That's something we can grab onto. That's
okay,
something that we can grab onto in the show. You know what I'm saying? But like when you say stuff like Boyd is Odin, or when you say stuff like, all right, when you say stuff like Jim is really uh Julie's grandfather.
no, he's not Julie's. She's not. Jim is Julie is not related to Tabitha or Jim.
Okay, see, when you say stuff like that, that's where I'm like, yo,
Okay,
and I want to you, and like I said, you get your stuff together. I'm gonna help you. Just like we had the sister Dana, like I said, Dana and Scarlet Fever, they both helped me with the StreamYard. You see what I'm saying? So I'll help you with your videos. I'll help you get your stuff going because you have people out there like Carrie that is saying that she vibes with you and she loves how you put your theories together. And I love how she puts hers together as well. She brings some really thought-provoking pushback to everybody's theories, like Taran, mine, you know what I'm saying? She brings some thought-provoking pushback, and I respect that, you
I
know.
think everybody had. Okay, you know what's
Okay, so
confusing about
Taryn
this show,
says,
real?
Percy, if it's not explained chronologically from the beginning, we are all going to struggle to understand your theory. And I agree
Okay,
with
okay. I'm going to explain as best as I can. Give me. I'm asking for a little bit of time.
for sure. Go ahead. Go for it. And I'm gonna run through comments as Percy talks, everybody. So, I definitely want to highlight some great comments and thoughts. I'm not asking you to respond to them, Percy, but just go ahead and cook, and I'll respond to a couple of them when you're done.
All right. So the clue is in the name of the show, From and Origins. So what it's saying is, where does it come from, or where does it originate from? That symbol of that white symbol on the wall that you pulled up, it looks like an 8. You hear what I'm saying?
Are the Vesica Pisces?
No, it looks like the number 8. You were saying it's the 2 circles with the line in the middle.
Oh, okay, yes. The
Once
tunnel,
you
the tunnel drawing, the cave drawing.
Yeah, let me take a step back. Once you understand, how can I say this without? Once you understand the people that made this show, once you understand that, it gives you a clue. I went backwards in this show and I started finding patterns. I started finding sequences. This show is based off the rules of infinity. I'm about to get real fucking crazy right now. The show is about the rules of 1, the rules of 2, and the rules of 3 4 times. So what I'm saying is, they'll show you one thing described. They show you one thing, 2 polar opposites of that thing, 3 versions of it. What I'm saying is this: the rule of 1 is individuality. The rule of 2 is polar opposites. It's balance. It's male, female. It's polar opposites. The rule of three is the Trinity. This is how I figured out that the people in this show, they're all influenced by two different entities. The rule of one, the rule of two, and the rule of three. You understand where I'm coming from?
Yes. Yes.
Once you don't even need to master this sequence. All you need to do is understand it. And everything in this show has three specific explanations that you can boil it down to. It does not go past three. Everything in this show is one, two different versions. Two different versions explained in three different ways. The talisman help you figure this out because it all goes in order. You have to follow the sequence. It goes from 1 to 2 to 3. This all starts, just like Taran says, in the Garden of Eden. It goes from the Garden of Eden to Greek mythology to Hebrew mythology. That is just the story. Now, everything does not follow these mythologies, but everything that you see has three different versions to it, but it's all combined in one. That's what's confusing, and that's what a lot of people don't see.
Okay. So Gardenia Blossoms, I think she was questioning what Taran said about the chronology. How can from be explained chronologically by us? If time travel exists, we don't know when the beginning was. We just know some historical events that happen in certain time frames. True indeed. I think he might be talking about chronology as far as Percy's theory itself. Like,
as far as chronology, you can only go by off what's written in literature. You can only go off of what's given to us, and that's the Bible.
No, I think Taran might be talking about your theory. Like, walk us through it chronologically in a way that we can understand it, like how your theory is set up. Not, I don't think he's saying now, because he's saying it, I don't know, because he's gone chronologically from the very beginning events until what's going to happen. Hey, so he could mean that. I don't know. I don't mean to put words in his mouth or speak for the brother, but I'm saying that for me, if you were to put your theory down in a way like, okay, so like this is the basis, like kind of like I look at my page and I say, okay, I drop the basis of my theory first is that this is something that's going on with indigenous people. Indigenous people have something to do with this. Indigenous people were fighting against some sort of deity. And
you're right.
And I was saying that from the very beginning. And then I would lay down certain things and clues that would support that theory. And along the way, I had other theories. And then I would begin to intertwine those theories with some of those clues and how they fit together. Okay, so Taran's being more specific. He's saying that I just want to know what created Frumlin and Percy's theory, told from start to finish without referencing clues and symbology.
Okay, I'm gonna give it to you right now.
He's saying, what will we see happen on the screen, told from beginning to end?
Oh, so you said it best. You said to Taran earlier that what we're bringing up is in the background. What me, you, and Taran are talking about is not for the casual watcher. There is an explanation.
Esoteric meaning of the show. That's what I've been saying. I agree with that 100.
Yes. So what I'm saying, what Taran's saying, it's not going to be revealed in the show because a lot of people are more interested in the drama aspect of the show. People like me, you, and Taran, we see past the drama and we're like, fuck the drama. We done seen this shit before. I want to know what the fuck is going on.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
you want to know? I'm gonna break it down to you. This all starts with God. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
God splits himself into two. He makes the total polar opposite. Remember, I was telling you about the rule of 1, 2, and 3? So the rule of 1 is God. God separates himself and makes Satan the total opposite. In fact, Satan is an artificial version of God. They are
Okay.
one of they're two sides of a coin, but they're the same coin.
They're both deities.
Yes,
Okay.
Fromville, if you Fromville, which Fromville is the land that's in between conscious and unconscious.
Okay.
So what I'm trying to say is what Fromville can be explained in 3 different ways. This is what I'm saying. Everything follows this pattern. This is the pattern. This is the formula for infinity. You do the rule of 1, you add it with the rule of 2, then you add it with the rule of 3, and you multiply it 4 times. It's crazy. I know it's crazy. It sounds crazy, but if there's see, let me tell you this too. I'm not a teacher. I shouldn't be teaching this shit. I'm more of a student. But let me get back onto what I think Fromville is. So Fromville is God's conscious, God and Satan's conscious. That they're in the brain. The I don't know if you see my drop, but you ever see the outline I did of the brain on the? There's a brain in the map.
Oh, okay. I didn't see. Oh, yeah, I did see that outline you did.
Yes, there's 2 of them. There's 2 drawings of a brain.
I saw
One's
that.
God and one's Satan. One is upright and the other one's flipped upside down. Yin and yang. Fromville is a place of learning. These people are not stuck. Fromville is a university. It's the hold on, I gotta separate myself. My wife and kids are coming up.
She got the kids chasing him too, y'all.
Fromville is the Garden of Eden. This is the place where this is the Garden of Eden. This is God's laboratory. This is where God did all, this is where he created Adam and Eve. And Adam and Eve ate from the fruit of the tree. But in this case, they didn't eat from the fruit of the tree. They went through a tree. They were not supposed to. But anyway, God splits into 2. Fromville is the land between conscious and unconscious. It's also the land between past and present. And the farther what's happening is, so so it starts out as one bubble. And then it goes to your, what is that, Ithaca Pisces thing?
The Vesica Pisces.
Yes, the Vesica Pisces, this is what it's showing you. It's showing you 2 planes. It's showing you 3 planes. I'm sorry, 3 planes. You have the left side, which is the past, the right side, which is the present, and then the dark shaded side in the middle, that's Fromville. That's the in-between.
Yo, let me stop real quick. Yo, shout out to Luna Cascade for the $20 super chat. Thank you for your generosity and your support on the channel. And she says a hypothesis is constructed before applicable research has been done. A theory is supported by evidence. We need to make sure we understand the difference when putting forth our thoughts. Yes, indeed. I agree with you. That is definitely the definition of theory. Of a theory. Theory is something that is supported by evidence. A theory can actually be taken as a fact until it is proven wrong.
No, I'm not saying I'm right. This is a theory.
Right. So,
So
all right.
let me say this. I'm not saying I'm right. What I'm saying is this is where the evidence
would you
took
say
me.
that you're hypothesizing?
Who, me?
Yes.
What I'm saying is I'm going where the evidence takes me.
Okay.
So I'm not, when I do this stuff, I leave my ego at the door and I tell myself, I don't know shit. So when I research, I try to not be biased. Now I'm human, but I try not to be biased, but I just go where the evidence takes me. And maybe explaining the Garden of Eden. So, okay, this is the conjoined minds of God. Yes, but they're two sides of the same coin. So this place is the Garden of Eden. This is a collection of spirits. This is a collection of the unnatural, all these mythical creatures that existed in time and fairy tales. They're unnatural. They're freaks of nature. They're not allowed in heaven and they are not allowed in hell. So they are kept in this place. Now, somebody like me would say, you need to stay away from this place. Another person would say, well, we can go here and we could tap into this place and learn these spirits' secrets. So you come here, you channel spirits and you control them. If you don't control them, they control you. Fromville is not a place of living. You come here to learn. Everybody came here by choice.
Okay.
The problem is something happened that fucked it up. What happened was, remember I was telling you this place is like a university, a place of learning? You do experiments here. I don't know if you've seen my breakdown of the dates. I only gave you a small look. But what this place is scientists, doctors, I call them witches and warlocks. They come to this place to master the crafts. The houses and the dates are the clues to everything that you need to know to break down the dates. Fromville, you're not supposed to live here. You're supposed to come here, do what you're supposed to do, and leave. Okay. Now there's three ways in and there's three ways out. The same way that you came in is the same way that you go out. Jade created a back door to this place. Jade jumps from bubble to bubble. Do you know anything about the Kabbalah tree?
Yes.
Okay, so you see all those bubbles and you see those lines that connect the bubbles?
Connect the bubbles on the Kabbalah tree, yes.
So every bubble is the same. Every bubble is the same. But those lines are the routes that you take. Now, it's very easy to get lost in this place because to the naked eye, everybody thinks that they're watching the same thing going on in the same place. No, you're watching three different things going on at the same time. And the one clue is the power lines. Okay. When they cross those roads, that is the threshold.
Which it's sort of like power lines that she followed to the basement?
No, the power lines that disappeared by the crossroads.
That disappeared by the crossroads in the train tracks. Okay, I got you.
Okay, think of a coil, like a spring.
Because my next question was gonna be, all right, so just to round it up a little bit before we go too far.
Go ahead.
Because I'm tracking you. You know what I'm saying? I'm tracking where you're coming from. I just have a couple of questions, like how do you know that this is like a university or a place that they can leave if they want to? And how do you know that they chose to get there? Like what on the show indicates that they chose this?
Okay. You're not going to find all that. See, another thing is too, you have to look outside of the show for clues. And one of the ways that you find out what's going on is you find the source material behind this. H.P. Lovecraft, Stephen King, Lord of the Rings, The Dark Crystal. This show is, they took certain elements from all these stories that we've seen and they're placing them in the show. But the design is you got to hide it with the rules of 1, 2, and 3. Now, what I used to think it was subjectivity, but now when subjectivity causes separation, right? Because everybody sees things from a different way. Separation is also dividing. By dividing is how you conquer. By dividing and subjectivity is how you get people to not focus on what's really going on in the show. You get where I'm coming from?
Right. Okay.
So again, there's 3 versions to everything that we've seen. Taran, I am on board with Taran's theories. Not everything. I think a lot of what he says is going to be mirrored, not directly, but it's just going to be like an indirect. For instance, he talks about the Matthews family and the Matthews shipwreck in his story. Well, in my eyes, the Matthews wrecking their RV was mirroring that shipwreck because the boats, I mean the cars are symbolic of vessels that take you to the underworld. You need a vehicle to get in it. Okay, so there's 3 ways to take the road.
You need something to pass. Yeah, you need something to pass to the underworld in. You have to have some sort of vessel to pass through.
This is what only by vehicle. This is why they disable the cars. Donna is well aware of everything, but let me get back to because I'm starting to lose my track of mind. Where was we at?
We were talking about the
you wanted to know why it's a university.
Vessel crashing is a mirror of the Matthews RV.
Yeah, but before that you asked me what made me think of this place as a university.
Okay, and then I also asked what makes you think that these police what on the show indicates that they chose to come here?
Okay, you're not gonna find it in the show, in my opinion.
Okay, I'm cool with that.
Okay, so in many literature and many stories,
how do you come to that then?
What do you mean?
How do you come to that assumption that, or how do you come to that theory that they chose to get there if it's not in the show? Like, so just tell me how you got to it.
Okay, so I think they're all witches and warlocks.
Okay.
Not when I say witches and warlocks, I'm not talking about motherfuckers riding a fucking broom, none of that.
Yeah, I know. You're not
modern day witches and warlocks are scientists, they're doctors, these are modern day witches and warlocks.
Yeah. Okay.
You come here to master a craft. So what I'm saying is, let me back up a little bit.
For instance, I want to build on this with you because this is right. This is right and exact. The characters on the show have features to them, to their archetypes. Like even when you look at Miss Lou, she's a chemist. Because how is she making pancakes?
They brought the father here to heal him. That's why they brought him.
She extracts the mushroom tea. You see what I'm saying? She extracts making tea is an act of chemistry. Cooking is an act of chemistry.
Yes.
And so when you look at that, her archetype or her that characteristic of her, yeah, I could definitely see that. And then you have Jade.
Jim.
Right. Then you have Jim. Right. I see. So you're saying that they're all witches and warlocks.
Yes. And they come here to master their craft. They come here to practice.
I can jump on board with them, with some of them being witches and warlocks and some of them getting caught up. Or like, what is the name?
Sarah got caught up.
Right. I think she might, if you were to give anybody a witch, I'd give it to her too. If you were to
No, Sarah's not a witch.
Now hold on, bro. I thought I heard you say Sarah was a witch several times. You have said that. You've stated
Yes,
Sarah was a witch several
yes,
times.
you're
I
all
was
right.
on
But let me
board with
tell you
you on
something.
that.
In the past
That's
week,
one of the reasons why I rock with you.
yes, in the past week, I've had like
A turning point. That's cool.
yes. Now I'm doing this alone, bro. Like I have nobody sees what I'm seeing, so it's hard to communicate this.
Yo, okay. So in my last live, I explained what I did when I felt the same way about the historical aspects. And I'm definitely gonna speak up for myself, because a lot of times when you don't speak up for yourself, your accomplishments get overlooked. And when I came on the scene, I didn't see anybody talking about the historical aspects at all. And I know Taran had been talking about it, which I found out. However, I hadn't seen anybody talking about it at all. And so I it was like a void there.
Yes,
And I needed people to talk about this with too. So that's kind me doing this YouTube page was like me casting a line out there to find all of y'all that agree and kind of look at this thing in a different way. You know what I'm saying?
I
I'm
tried
not.
Discord and everybody thinks I'm fucking crazy.
Oh yeah, you be in there bugging, bro. I'll be in there. I'm one of the ones that think you crazy too. But I
But
ain't mad at
listen,
you. I ain't mad at
listen,
you at all. Like I
just like
love it.
just
I
like
love it.
Jade's
Like
going
I
crazy
said,
trying
bro.
to find the truth. Just like Jade's going crazy find the truth. I relate.
No, cause like I said, bro, we are brothers. We are brothers from another mother when it comes to that. Cause I be going crazy over here, falling in the deepest rabbit holes, trying to remember aspects of knowledge that I've learned throughout the years, and
Yes,
apply it to what I'm understanding about why the show is showing me this stuff. Like,
yes.
I,
You listen. You're right, and remember this goes in three different ways. So you're right in your observation. Taryn's right in his observation. I'm right in my observation. I actually went down the route that Taryn fucking. Look. I deconstructed Taryn's theory. I deconstructed your theory. I deconstructed Tony's theory, and what I did was I combined
we
every
combined them
logical.
together. Oh, and you did it and then you added like a secret ingredient of your own to the
Yes,
mix.
it's an experiment, just like
It's
they do on the show.
right, yeah. And see, it's not about trying to be right. It's about
Right.
getting in there and having fun with this shit, expressing yourself on the way that this show has called you. I feel like the show called me. This is
Absolutely.
I feel like the show called me, and I have not felt like this about a show to even want to present my thoughts. I think about every show I watch. I I can't watch a show and just turn my brain off. I'm always thinking about the esoteric values of whatever I'm watching. And this show just spoke to me more than any other show did in that respect.
I want to
So
ask you something too.
I agree with you 100%, and I'm not mad with you at all about your theories. I love it. I love having fun with it. I see you having fun with it, and you always got a spot to come up here and talk. You know what I'm saying? If we on here long time, I don't give a shit, and I know the people that are watching don't either. We enjoy this, you know. Um, One thing about it is it gives us a good opportunity to push back on each other's theories so
Iron
that
sharpens iron.
iron sharpens iron and steel sharpens steel.
Now let
And
me tell you, it can also dull too.
yeah, but that's if you hitting it in the wrong way. Pause.
Right. No, what I'm saying is trashing each other's theories. Trashing.
That's how you dull your blade, by trashing somebody else's shit. That's how you dull your blade. But see, we not here to dull the blade. We here to stay sharp and stay on point and keep the conversation going. Like Luna Cascade says here, esoteric ideas, theories, and hypothesis are part of good storytelling. But is this what is being shown, or is it what we project to be the plot? Yes, there are levels, but where's the next piece, Sheep said?
Hold on. You got to understand. So
I can respond, right?
oh, my bad. Go ahead.
I feel like I I would I would ask anybody that feels like anything that I'm saying that is not being shown on the show, let me know what have I brought to the community that has not been on the show. I feel like every single thing that I pull from in my that I put into my videos, I have pulled directly from the show. And I feel like I have laid down the evidence, the breadcrumbs, and everything. And again, anybody that thinks that I'm just making shit up, please tell me what, and I can explain it if the video haven't done a good enough job of explaining it.
I
But
want to add something to this too.
everything that I come with is from the show. I'll point out something in the show, and I'll show you how it has a historical reference, just like every other theorist would do. You know what I'm saying?
Also, to that, if you're not doing the research, if you're just watching the show, and I don't want to be disrespectful to nobody. But what I'm saying is, if you're not researching these things and you're not looking into these things, you can't really be too opinionated on it. If am I coming off right?
No, go ahead. Speak your speech.
Well, yeah. What I'm saying is, like, if the stuff that you say, people say, "Oh, you're bugging." Well, they're saying you're bugging because they're not researching these things.
Right. It's like if you watch a TV show that it's like a little TV show, a sitcom, and they're making certain references in that sitcom. But then on the back you see a picture on the wall that coincides with the references that they're making on the show. And
Yes.
you print those things out, and then you connect them to what you're seeing in the background to the picture. And then
I couldn't have said it any better.
Right. And then you go ahead and you add in some of the actual historical value to what you see. Like if y'all saw the Beetlejuice video, it's funny as as I was reviewing the movie so that I could write my script and write my bullet points, I was actually looking at the dots connecting as I was going down the line. For
I
instance,
think they blocked your video because you exposed the true meaning behind the show.
I think they blocked the video because of that, and I also think they blocked the video because, and I can prove that they blocked the video because I attached the show to the Red Shoe Gang, and I can guarantee you,
Oh,
yes, I attached the movie to the Red Shoe Gang. Not only last night in the Discord. Okay, so I left this video up. I didn't take it down. They just blocked it. No one can see it. You can't look for it or anything, but it's still uploading onto my channel. And I can still like dispute. I've already disputed it once, but they blocked my dispute. And if I dispute it again, they can literally shut my entire channel down.
that's why I have no interest in YouTube, bro. For real. I'm not. This is the thing. I don't see me going past this show.
I say that to say this. I left it uploaded on my channel because they show you what their problem is with the video. And it just has a little tiny piece where I'll talk about the Red Shoe Gang is the only thing on the video they highlighted.
I don't think people know what the Red Shoe Gang is.
And I'm not going to talk about it here. You can go do your own
I got you. I feel you.
Yeah, I'm not even going to talk about it here. Like, you can do your own research. Like, if I did a Patreon or something like that, I'd probably drop videos about that kind of stuff on there. Or if I did something else, you know what I mean? I probably drop videos like that on there. Those videos, I can go right off the top of my head with those videos. I could sit here and spit that shit like I wrote it. Like, I've done so much research on that stuff throughout the years. Like, I've been doing that type of research since I was 13 and I'm 44. You know what
Oh,
I
we're the
mean?
same age, and we're on the same path.
Yeah, I'll be 45 this year. So I've been doing this for decades. Like, I'm not just some new jack coming along just like acting like I know what I'm talking about. I can't be talking like this and not know what I'm talking about. You dig? So, I mean, it is what it is. Like, people gonna think you crazy until they see your shit start popping up everywhere. I'll put it to you like this. I was the first person talking about the Native American stone arrangements and the medicine wheels and all of the indigenous stuff, like about the current in America. And then you see them showing you Puritans in the third season. So if you have to think that Puritans and Pilgrims and Native Americans weren't associated to say that I wasn't on the right track. And like I said, I just have to speak up for that. So like, and as far as you're concerned, hey, I might push back on your theory, brother, but I encourage your theory as well. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to, I might not agree with something that somebody says, but I will always fight for their right to say it because I would never want nobody trying to silence my voice on shit that I have to say.
I know sometimes I'll be over here, I'm listening to you, Taran, I watch Tony's lives, and I kind of try to put myself in a mind space where I'm in this, like, there with you guys talking. And let me tell you, I'll be lying if I said anybody, I'll be lying if I said I got to this point by myself.
Right. Oh no, and I'd be lying on the same front. Like, me and you really connected on the Jim Crow thing.
Yes.
As I was
And that was
writing
me
it,
playing around.
as I was writing it, you were commenting it, brother. Like, I mean, you was commenting on, you saw where I was about to go. And I'm gonna tell you, I was debating on going there because I didn't want to be that guy where they're saying, yo, he's trying to make the show about race. But I was like, you know what? This shit out that I should have put the one video out before they did the last episode and showed you the Jades and the Roots connection. And from now on, I'm like, yo, fuck what people I think people gonna think. I'm gonna just drop it. And if they like it, they like it. They don't, they don't. I don't ask for likes and shares or none of that shit anyway.
I'm not here to be agreed with either. I'm
Right.
just trying to.
Yeah, I'm just trying to drop my theories down. I don't care about how, you know what I mean? Now, the people that love it, they love it. The people that like it, they like it. The people that hate it, they hate it. And that's all
Agree
good.
to disagree.
Yeah, like, I'm not sensitive on that.
Right. Not only
But,
that, again,
but one thing I am gonna say,
go ahead.
don't act like Real Enigmas and Theories wasn't the first to come with that aspect of scholarship towards the show. You know what I mean? I knew a lot of other creators was going to start doing that, even creators that had a different opinion about the show previously. That's fine with me. Just like you said that Sarah was a witch, and now you're saying you kind of pivoted on your theory. That's the scientific method, like how
Evolution.
bringing up the scientific method. That's
Yep.
the scientific method right there. Like,
It's an experiment.
once presented with knowledge that refutes your own, you are adult and mature enough to change your ideas about what you think, and that's how I am.
So one of my things that I do, because I have a problem with misinformation. I have a problem with people talking about stuff they don't know what they're talking about. So what I do is, before I present anything, I actually debunk my own theory. I actually deconstruct myself.
Oh yeah, that's what I do. I try to backtrack my theory. I give myself the ultimate pushback.
Yes. So
You know
like
what I'm
that,
saying?
when you come into conversations like this, you're prepared because you're like, you know what? I already did this.
Right,
I
right,
already debunked myself. So I'm prepared for this conversation.
right. And this is the type of platform that you do something like that on. Like Luna Cascade, she's dope. She's been in my comment section for the whole time. She's been rocking since the beginning. She gives some of the dopest thought provoking comments that make me think about my own theories that also
Yep.
add on. She's put
Yes.
me on to things as well. I tell you who else. Gardenia Blossoms is really dope. Dr. Deb is really dope. We got Debbie Ebby, Carrie, Anna, like the list goes on. We got Chocolate Beauty. She is fire with it. Del Senior is fire with it. Like we have it's like it's like a meeting of the minds. It's like a meeting
Yes.
of the minds, everybody coming together. What's dope about it is that you don't find too many shows that are able to do this and bring people together in this kind of homogenous way. You know what
Bro,
I'm
they use magic in this show.
Yo, they definitely there's all right, so
This is not your ordinary
this
show,
is not your
real.
ordinary show. Exactly. This is not your ordinary show. First of all, just look at it like this. Look at all the different types of school of thought that are in the fandom. Like you
Yep.
have your people that think it's aliens, you have people that
Science,
think
history.
science, you have the history. How in the hell did they pack all that shit into this show and still have us interested in the horror and the mystery aspects of it?
Yep.
This is not your average show. I just learned a couple of weeks ago that this show is 20 fucking years in the making. The script has been being passed around for 20 years.
Wait,
So,
what?
yeah, the script to from has been around for 20 years. This
So
is
I told
not
myself, this is either a lifetime's work or there's literally four different people writing this show that are mirroring each other. I actually think there's four writers because there is no way in hell one person can write all this. It's impossible. I've
Yeah, this is crazy. Taran just dropped a jewel earlier, said that they have walls of information and plot line for this shit, bro. Like,
and listen, they're using the formula of infinity.
yeah, I feel you. The
Okay,
flower of life formula.
I'm gonna give you. I'm gonna tell you a little. I'm gonna give you a little. Because I know you. People think I'm very. I like puzzles and I like ciphers. So what's the number? What's the symbol for infinity?
An 8,
1 plus 1.
2,
1 plus 2 equals what?
3,
3 times 4 equals what?
12,
You put 2 and 1 together, you get what?
3.
Remember, I was telling you, you do 1, 2, 3, and 4. Now you do it twice. You get what? You get 2 3s, right?
Mm-hmm.
You flip the 1 3 where they're facing each other, and you put them together. What does it make?
A mirrored 3 makes the 8. Yeah.
Infinity. That's the formula they're using.
Burrito said it as I said it. Burrito said it as I said it. I said a mirrored 3 makes the 8, and Burrito said 3 mirrored 8. Yes.
This is my secret. This is something I did not want to expose. If Taran was to apply this to his theory, in my opinion, he does not need to go past 3. When you go past 3, that's when you hit walls and roadblocks. You don't need to go past 3.
Yo, when I was young, when I was in the 6th grade, I used to sit in class in this desk where it was by the window. The desk was by the window, and I could see the reflection into the classroom I'm sitting in the classroom and I could look at the window from a certain angle and see the
Two places
reflection.
at one time.
There was always this 8 on the wall by the
Yep.
window. And when I would look at the mirror in a certain way, it would split that 8 and mirror itself. I would be able to like mirror that 8 itself. And I just thought about that while you were bringing that up. Like it's not the 3 mirrored, but I remember playing with that 8, like moving my head back and forth, pause, like playing with the 8 so that I could like mirror it and make it perfect so that it was an 8. And yeah, that's pretty dope.
I don't want to get too fucking tinfoil, but that was something communicating to you.
Mm, mm. You know, my grandmother would say shit like that all the time. She would be like, pay attention to the things that you see, the
Yep.
numbers that you see, the people you see. Pay attention to things that repeat themselves to you. My grandmother told me that. Those words never left me.
You know they show you these rules in the show.
Okay, break. See, we need that. This is
Okay.
framework. When you said that right there, I don't even know what you're about to say, but I already know it's framework. When you're talking about they show you these rules in the show. Now elaborate, bro.
Okay. Remember when what's her name? Megan Pratt?
Yeah.
Remember when she's dead on the floor and they're showing you from above?
Mm-hmm.
Right next to her feet are 2 blocks. It says 2 and it says 3. Megan, why did Megan die? Because she broke the rules. Megan represents the number 1, the number 2, and the number 3 block. And guess what the number 4 is? The device that the 4 lines that make the device that you're watching in, that's the number 4. Your phone, your TV, that square, that rectangle, it's a trap. Tinfoil shit, but think about it. Hello, did I lose you? Hello?
My fault. My fault. I was saying
Oh,
I'm trying to find the part where they showed Megan real quick, and you
yeah,
saying about
it's season. It's episode 1, season 1,
yes, I'm there now.
and they show her. She's like sprawled out on the floor, and then if you look to the left of her feet, you'll see the 2 and the 3 block. Jim puts up 2 and 3, 2, 1 when they're talking about
Okay,
uh
I didn't catch it. Where's it at? I
with
saw
what?
somebody post a picture on Reddit of the 2 and the 3 block by her feet, though, so I know what you're talking about.
Yes. So Megan is the number 1.
Everything about the cameras in that, scene was very strange. The way the camera movement and everything was real strange. They were
Sequence.
purposely showing you shit. Yeah.
There is nothing wasted in this show. Everything. So Taran, he believes that all the clues can be unlocked in the dialogue. It's in the dialogue. It's in what you hear, and it's what you see. Which you gotta combine all of your
Okay, so I see
senses.
cards that are by her that say a 3 on one of these cards. I will put this up here, y'all, but I gotta get it
Is it
right.
cards or is it blocks?
I think it's cards. It's cards.
Okay, I'm my bad. Then I misspoke.
It's like playing cards. I wonder what game that is.
So that is symbolic of as above, so below. When you spin that card, it's the same thing. No matter what direction you turn it, it's always the same thing. That is symbolic of as above, so below.
I'm coming with a screenshot in a minute. Hold up. Okay, carry on, bro. So you said that's symbolic of as above, so below.
Yes, the cards. When Tabitha is walking up the steps, you know, everybody's questioning the cards. The cards are referencing as above, so below. So what that is saying is
Oh snap!
Fromville is happening on two different planes. This is where the illusion comes in. Oh, hold on. I'm looking at the screen. Yeah, it is cards.
It's cards. What's this
I
number
thought
right here? This is another two. So it's two twos. All right, so let's focus on the twos for a second. Look how they are inverted. The deuces are inverted.
I can't see the other two. Where's it at?
Right here at the
Is
top,
that a 3 or a 2?
it's a two. It's a two, and the three is green. There's a one by her as well. So
Yep.
you have your 1, 2, 3.
And then the device that you're watching, the rectangle, the square, whatever devices you're watching is the 4. The 4 lines that make it is
Yeah.
symbolic of the 4.
All right, so now we talking about the golden ratio.
Yes.
So when you
This is
talk
the formulas that they
when you talk
used.
about a phone screen, when you talk about a television, the average television, the average doorway, the average window, the average credit card, the average identification card,
They're shaped
they're all
specifically.
yeah, you're talking about the golden ratio.
Yes. See, I'm not a teacher. I'm a student. I need somebody that can articulate better than I know what I see.
Right. That's why yeah, that's why I consider myself also as a master student. I don't consider myself as a teacher. I consider myself as a master student. What game is this? Lose something? What does that say, guys?
So it looks like Loso.
Lose a turn. Lose a turn. The game lose a turn is down there on the floor. And that
Yep. And Megan died.
Megan died, so he lost a turn. Oh,
And she
yo,
broke the rules.
lose a turn, guys. Percy turns back to his wife and says, I know what I see.
Yep.
I know what I see, baby. Hold on.
She gets mad at me because she says I'm giving away because I'm not like again, I'm not saying I'm right. I'm just saying where the clues, lead me. I've dropped comments on this is why I only stick to a specific few. I've dropped comments on videos and gotten no response. And just so happens their next video or a couple videos down the line is based off of what I said. That's why I respect you. You've given me shout outs. You've given me credit. No matter how crazy or whatever, you've given me credit. That's why I only, when it comes to From, I stick with you, Jeremy, and Tone.
That's what's up. That's what's up. And I have to give credit where it's due. I'm not going to sit here and be like, that didn't come out of my comment section. You know what I'm saying? Because I understand that the comment section is a reflection of responses to the video they just watched. And so it's just like us having a conversation. I don't know if you play chess, but if you ever play chess with someone long distance and you use actual coordinates on the chessboard to play, you might make your move a week later and send you.
Listen, I think if me, you, Taran, and Tone got together and we combined we can unlock. Now, I'm not talking about the drama of the show. Mm-hmm. I'm not interested in that. But Tony is very science-minded, and he's right in his observations. Now, alien and deity, we've talked about this briefly on the phone, that can easily be misconstrued. That's why I understand. Illusions can also be misconstrued. This place is not an illusion. Now there are illusions going on, and the illusions is okay. This place, okay. So remember, I was telling you about the coil. You go one direction, you go down. You have to turn around to go the opposite way. When the Matthews entered in, so hold on, let me step back. There's three froms. One's artificial. It operates off of artificial. This is why Jade sees the children. The children are powering the town. That's the artificial way. Now they're in the natural way because those slabs are above ground. Those slabs are basically like solar generators. This is where the power from the town is coming from. The rocks are sucking in the sun's power and is distributing it through the ground. This is Tesla's theory.
Uh-oh.
And there's
Yeah.
also a dead zone.
Wait
There's
a
three
second.
fronts.
Wait a second. I know. Now, see, this is how when you give credit where credit is due. Carrie spotted the circle 3.
It's a 2 on there too.
Map.
There's a 2 there too.
And it's a green 3. And the 3 in this game, this card game, is also green.
Bro.
I think there's some sort of clue there along with these cards. Now, I've been while Percy's been talking, I have been trying to look for this card game, Lose a Turn. I can't find it, guys.
It's called Uno.
No, this isn't Uno.
No, what I'm saying is, okay. So another pattern of this show is there's an art. How do I explain this? If it's black in our world, it's white over there. So it's in Uno you can lose a turn.
Yes. So the 2 is red. Go ahead.
So the game
and the 2 is red. The 2 is red on the Peach Truck map. Ouch.
Bro, there's a brain on that map. There's a guy choking a child on that map. So hold on. Go back to that little circle.
Hold
with
on.
the town.
The deuce in there. The red 2. The red 2. Y'all see the red deuce right there. Circled red. The 3 is green, circled red. I don't think anybody talked about this connection.
I've broken down Victor's drawings. I've broken down that map.
And the 1 is orange. You see the 1 right there, guys. The orange.
And then the 4. 1. And then the 4 is the square of the map, the shape of the map. That map is also symbolic of mapping the brain.
Hold on. Wait a second. Let's back up. So we see these cards here. What can this mean, guys?
Those are the rules.
What can
Farmville is not about good or evil. It's about following the rules. You come here, you follow the rules. When you don't follow the rules, you see what happens. It's not about good or evil. It does exist here.
Okay, so the 1, this is a 1, guys. I'm sure of it. I'm sure that this is a 1, and we see that this is orange. And we see that the 1, shout out to Carrie for this. And we see that the 1, all I'm doing is just going deeper into it, and we're finding the breadcrumbs that she dropped. These are on the show.
There are multiple places.
Oh, yeah. So this is definitely significant. Megan's death holds a lot of significance. I think that Megan's death holds a lot of significance. Not only just Megan's death, but Megan and her mom. Because the first, so I'm thinking that this has a lot to do with mother and daughters. You have Eloise and Miranda. You have Tabitha and Julie. And the first victims on the show were a mother and a daughter.
And it would have never happened if Frank was home. When you take the man outside of the house, you can defeat that house.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Preach. Yes, indeed. You know,
Tom got him drunk on purpose.
And
Well, not
Miranda took her 2 children out the house with the father. Probably he was probably on some bullshit. Maybe
Christopher pulled some Jim Jones shit. He had everybody drinking Kool-Aid.
I think Christopher revealed the hiding spaces.
No, well, what do you mean?
I think Christopher revealed people's hiding spaces.
Well, Christopher and Jade are the same. They say they share the same archetype. So Tom was replaced with Jade because Tom could not get the formula right. Jade comes in and gets the formula right. Therefore, Tom is deleted. Now, what's the formula?
For the alcohol?
What is another name for alcohol?
Spirits.
So by Jade consuming spirits, he can channel spirits. This is why Jim
Q's Insight says that it has something to do with the blood moon.
There's three definitions for every. This is the road. This is what I'm telling you. Not one person can do this by themselves.
Okay. Luna says, "Are we sure of that, Percy? What Luna? What was he sure about?" She said, "I agree with you 100% on that point. I believe the children are a conduit or a battery for the town. They power."
Yes, I want to finish that.
Okay, go ahead.
So there's 3 froms, and so when the Matthews, when they came into town, remember in the one scene they showed the power lines by the crossroads.
Mm-hmm.
That's the artificial zone. Then they pass again, and the lines are gone. Now they're in the natural zone. If they would have went to another loop, they would have been in the dead zone. I don't know if they would have made it out or not. So Jade uses the back door to get into this place. Now, to get out of this place in a car, all you have to do is, so if you make 3 loops in to get out, you make 3 loops out the opposite way. That's how you get out on car. There's 3 ways to get in: land, sea, and air. Tabitha went through the air, and they came in on the road. I'm gonna give you a theory for season 3. The last episode is called Exodus. Donna,
okay, so hold on 1 second. Luna's trying to follow along with these pictures that we're talking about. Okay,
oh my bad. I gotta slow down.
All right. So this picture is from the Megan scene with her down. That's Megan's little arm down there. That's from episode 1, season 1. And this picture is from the behind the scenes trailer or behind the scenes video that the studio put out. They put out a video of, behind the scenes stuff, and here they had a wall full of drawings by, I think, Victor and Eloise.
And these drawings are what's keeping them in the loop. Victor is manifesting his drawings.
Mm-hmm.
They're spells, they're symbols, there's bind symbols. He doesn't use words, he uses symbols. And everything that he draws comes to life.
Yo, I'm gonna tell you right now, where the fuck is he got a constant 40-year supply of crayons? I have young children.
Victor's Lucifer.
Them shits disappear fast, especially when you give a kid some crayons and 1 pack of printer paper, and the crayons is all up inside of the paper surrounding them, wrapped up in the paper. The crayon, like, how did the crayons last this long? Did someone figure out how to make candles and crayons and stuff like that for Victor? I don't know.
He conjures it, he manifests it.
Oh, you saying he manifests his crayon?
Yes, all his so Victor, hold on, baby. Victor embodies Lucifer, the son of Satan. This is how Victor survived for so long in that place.
So you think Victor's the bad guy?
Yes, but he does it. Yes, okay. Victor's the bad guy, but Donna's peaches are like a drug. They're like a sedative. They're keeping him under control. This is why nobody else fucks with them peaches. They're specifically made for Victor. So Victor doesn't remember who he is and controls this place. Donna is in control of this place. Donna's out the door. That's why this place is acting the way it is. Donna was here. Donna was in from waiting for something. I could go into it if you want, but now she has what she's been waiting for, so she's out the fucking door. This is what I'm saying. My theory is the last episode is going to be called Exodus, and Donna is going to tell people, she's going to bring people with her. That picture that you had of the tree next to that door, that is Boyd's cave. His boat is in that cave. Donna's going to get out of this place by water, but everybody's not going to leave. She can't save everybody. Just like the monster told Boyd in the trailer, you can't save everyone. That is same thing with Donna. Donna was here waiting for her son, Randall. So Taran speaks on this curse. This is the curse. A witch makes a deal with the witch. You give me what I want, and until I get what I want, I'm going to hold your son for ransom. The witch is Tilly. What does Tilly want? Tilly wants a new body. This is why the Matthews come in. This is where the Matthews come into play. Tabitha and Jim abduct Julie when Julie was at a baby, and they raised her. And what Tabitha was doing with Julie is she was prepping her. Oh, the witch also wants a virgin. So Tabitha was programming Julie. When she got Julie to a point where she was comfortable, she brings her to Fromville so she can take on her body. Donna intercepts Julie because Julie is a virgin and she knows what Tabitha was going to do with her. Donna intercepts Julie and she offers her to Tilly. That's why Tilly came here. Tilly's dying. She needs a new body. She's going to take Julie's body.
Now, I want to say something real quick. Andrew West says, in the first episode, Boyd asked the son to come to the funeral as he should be attending because Lauren Pratt did something significant for their family. Maybe there's more to the family in question. Yes, indeed. I said the same thing.
You do not want to hear my thoughts on that.
And Lauren Pratt and like when Boyd says we lost somebody, and Ellis very snarkingly says, "Oh yeah, well how did that happen?" He said, and he interrupts him. He says, "Lauren Pratt and her little girl Megan, they're the people." And then Ellis interrupts Boyd and says, "Yeah, I know who they are." I've always thought about that as well and wondered what they did.
You want to know what they did?
Especially when you couple that. Well, the show never tells us what they did, but I'm interested to hear what you have to say. But you couple that with when Frank and Boyd were talking, Frank tells Boyd that Lauren always liked Boyd. And she said that Boyd would be the one to help everybody get home. And I've always thought about that in the back of my mind about the conversation with him and Ellis and how Ellis cut him off. And then later on, we see Ellis paying his respects to them on his own by himself. He couldn't just leave it out there like that, you know. I wonder what the significance of that exchange was.
I have a theory.
What is your theory?
So what does Frank say to the group when he's approaching the house? Oh, Lauren got you guys in another bake-off. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Fromville is alive. Fromville is Smuckers. No, I'm sorry. Victor is Smuckers. Fromville is actually alive. What they
Say
did
what
was they
now?
tried to say what?
You said Victor is Smuckers?
Yes. So before Victor was eating peaches, he was eating jelly. The person that makes jelly is not there no more. So now he just has to eat the plain old peaches.
Okay. Okay.
Lauren's a baker. Taryn can probably Taryn can articulate this a lot better.
A
Fairies,
baker, that's another chemist.
yes, that's another chemist. So they try to kill this place multiple ways. They try to feed it to death. They try to blow it up. And remember, I was telling you about the bomb, and you laughed at me.
Yeah.
So they blew this place up. They fed it to death, and shit. What was the third one? I think they're working on now. I'll just leave it at that because I'm still working on that.
Okay.
But where the
All right, so wait, go back a little bit and tell me about the bake off. Like break that down to me. Try to go into like what he did, what she did for their family. Like what was the significance and what of the Pratts and the Stevens.
So real Fae are allergic to bread and they are allergic to iron.
Mm-hmm.
They're baking these things to protect themselves. They're not baking. So food doesn't. Yo, bro, remember your video when you showed them filling up the jars with air?
Yeah.
That's showing you that food doesn't exist here. Food is a control mechanism.
Yo, that was a joke, but
No,
I feel you on that. I was joking.
that was a play off of the Peter Pan.
Hold on. Wait a second, guys. Wait a second. I just saw something else. Hold that.
Yeah, I want to get back to this map.
Okay, yeah, this map is crazy. I just keep looking at it while we're talking. Okay, so I spotted the dark figure here. I just spotted another one. And this shit is so like, am I bugging? Or is that a person right there walking? This is the shoe. This is the leg. This totally looks like a dark figure here. What are these? Because what else could these scribbles be? Let's see if I can.
See, I think those are little crosses, like for burials. And that little box, that little square thing, might have been where Katri was hiding.
I see the crosses right there.
And that little hole, that might have been where Katri used to hide before the talisman came into play.
Okay. I might be bugging here. But I just see.
Yo, Sequence, I've studied these pictures for 2 years, bro.
I see this head here. I see the shoulders and the body on down to the foot right here. And I see this right here. I don't know. I could be tripping.
I see it, but I mean,
yeah, who knows? It is what it is.
That drawing that you was talking about, where
these crosses right here, I see those. Those are apparent. What is this building?
All right, so if it's right next to the church, you got to go back on the show and you got to look at what's next to the church.
This isn't here, though. This building isn't here. This is a green building with no doors. Like I don't know what that is. That doesn't even look like anything we've seen.
That might be the barn. No, that's not the barn.
No, the barn is all the way over here.
Yes. Okay. So what house is next to the church?
What's next to the church, y'all?
Oh, ain't that the Pratt's house?
No.
Where's the bar at?
The Pratt's house is next to the diner, and this is the Pratt's house right here, and it's destroyed because the Matthews lived in it.
No. Yeah. Okay. Hold on. Scroll down. See. Try to find The bar.
The bar.
Yeah.
The bar is not visible in here. Oh no, I'm bugging. Hold on. The bar is right here.
All
No,
right.
it's
So
not. No, it's not. The bar is over on the opposite side. You can't see the bar from in this map.
you should be able to. That whole town is right there, and that whole town is right there. Everything, all the houses are accounted for.
Is that factual?
As far as from my research,
If anything, I would say it was no. This isn't. This is the post office right here. This is where the American flag is right here.
oh no, so right there, where your hand is, that little building, that right there, that's the bar.
That's the bar. Yeah, it is because that's the direction that Frank Pratt's coming from. Yeah, I was okay. Yeah, this is the bar right
Yeah, the
here.
bar and the barn are next to each other.
That's right. You're right. You're right.
The yellow house right there, that's the Matthews house.
Say what?
The yellow house right there next to the right there.
Yeah, yeah. That's T and Chen's crib. They
That's
live
Tien Chen's.
across the street from Boyd, and the Matthews live next to Boyd, and they lived in between Boyd and the diner, and then they
Yes,
house
they live right next to the diner.
right.
Everybody's asking where the Star Magic Hotel is. It's in the sky.
Well, what's so dope about that is that there's actually space missing from where it should be at, and then you
There's a
see
star right there. That's a star.
and you see those ruins and shit are over there too.
And there's a
They're,
star in the sign.
the ruins start behind the pool, and then they get bigger. They're a lot more prominent over by the root cellar where Boyd and Kenny was walking.
The arrows, think of chutes and ladders. The arrows are the direction. You got to follow the direction of the arrows. If you don't follow the directions, it's a sequence that you got to follow to get through the trees.
So this is the Brundles right here, I'm sure, because it's past the peach truck, and they had came from along this way when the shit happened with Sarah and Ethan and all of that.
The map even shows you the route, the circle that the Matthews was taking. And what has me questioning is why didn't they see these other routes that lead to these other roads that lead to other places? They were just in a loop.
Yeah.
But do you see the crow?
Where?
Oh man, bro. Okay. The crow's to the far right. The crow. Where's your little hand at? Go down. Right there. Your hand is right there. That's the crow. That's the outline of the crow.
Okay, I saw that too. I don't know. I was trying to figure out what that was. I was looking
Yeah,
at
there's a crow, there's a rat, there's a brain, there's a guy choking a child. That map is in layers.
this map is insane.
And that picture, see, I want to go through these. That picture that you guys was talking about Terrence said something about like a portal in the sky and somebody climbing down a rope.
This one.
That is Julie and Victor when they escaped the colony house when in season 1 where when they had the invasion. Remember, Victor throws the rope out the window, and then he throws the drawings over Julie's shoulder.
I told him.
That's what that is.
I told Taran that.
That's what that is.
I said, "Yo, that's a man on the rope."
That's Julie right there climbing down. The man, Victor's on the bottom.
And Julie's on the bottom because he made her go first, and then he came down.
Yep.
And I knew that. I peeped that. Yep. I knew it just looks like a man. Like, look at this. tell me this don't look like a man. That looks like a man on a rope, holding on to the rope. It don't
You know
look
what
like a female.
the Lake of Tears.
This
You know
looks
what?
clearly like a female.
That's Victor.
Taran, if you still no, that's Julie at the bottom.
Yes, because
Julie
he
went
pushes
down
her
the
out
rope
first.
Yeah.
Yes.
This looks like an old witch's face. But hold on, I want to talk about this picture right here in my theory. I have this picture somewhere too. This
The
picture
tick.
right here with the spider.
That's a tick. That's a parasite. That's symbolic of when. Okay.
Okay, I'm listening.
Remember, I'll
You
tell you.
saying
There's
that's
multiple.
not a spider?
That's a tick. There's a spider and then there's a tick. The tick is what's in. The tick is symbolic of what's inside them controlling them. The spirits.
Okay, so where you get the tick from though?
Shit.
Here's another good.
If I back off a StreamYard, it's going to kick me out. I have a drawing. It's an up close drawing. I believe Ethan's holding something, and it shows a tick. It's actually a tick, and it makes sense because they're out in the woods, deer ticks.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. But
That's
we
symbolic.
haven't seen that though. That's what I'm saying.
That's symbolic of the spirits.
Now,
That
this could, to me, it could be a spider because
no, there is a spider. There is a spider too. There's
now
two different.
the spiders is what I believe comes down through the hole and bites these little kids while they're laying on the thing.
Jade turned them kids into what they are. It wasn't the spiders, in my theory. Let me say that. But I'm rocking with you.
Okay.
So Jade, part of what's going on, they was in this motherfucker experimenting to try to find a new energy source to keep this place alive. They fucked up, and this is how Boyd blew the motherfucker up. They what they did was they built a nuclear engine, and it went out of control. And they took it to the well, and they dropped it down in there. The well is the brainstem.
I just need to know where you get that shit from.
Because there's a brain on the map. The brainstem leads. Did you see? Did you see my picture? Did you see that?
Oh, where'd you get they made a bomb and dropped it down the well.
So when Jim is designing the tower,
mm-hmm.
and it's he has it upright, and then he flips it real fucking quick. It's in the shape of a fat man, the bomb. The Methica Pisces, the fish shape, that is also the shape of a bomb. Mr. Fish and Loaves. If you say Mr. Fission Load 10 times fast, you get Mr. Fish and Loaves. It's a hold the door trick. But again, it means 3 different things at the same time, simultaneously. You get me?
Mm-hmm.
So you're right. I believe I'm right, and I believe you're right too. But again, there's 3 different ways to explain everything. This is why it's this shit goes on for infinity. I tried to break every fucking thing down, and when I found the rules that they are operating off in the show, I realized that I can't.
Mm-hmm.
Because it goes on for infinity. Literally.
I was talking about this with Taran as well. Cal says, if Eloise got pushed out the lighthouse, wouldn't the window still be broken like the glass on the light? Indeed, I said the same thing.
Eloise is still here.
She didn't go out the same way, or maybe the same thing didn't happen for her.
I think Eloise is still in Fromville.
It just would kind of be crazy if you think Eloise is still in Fromville. That's interesting. I
She's the
think.
Grand Witch. She's one. Okay, that screeching that you hear with the monsters,
Mm-hmm.
that's Eloise.
I think you'll be changing that theory very soon when the show
She's
goes.
the Grand Witch. Okay, there's a
I
Grand
don't
Witch.
think she's still in there. That would be crazy.
She never left. They never show her leaving.
So she just hid from Victor while she was there.
Chris, I'm going to say I got to think about that. I got to
Okay.
think about. I got to think about what.
All right. So what leads you to that then? Let's think about what led you to it and then ask that question.
So we're about how many episodes are we in?
20.
20 episodes. In my opinion, they could have showed us at least 1 or 2 minutes of Eloise escaping. This is why there's no flashbacks. I also believe these people been here either forever or they've been here for a very long time.
All right. So you said they've been there forever.
Either forever, not forever.
How does that hold up to them choosing to come there?
This is why I like talking to you, because I need to. You made me think. So that might not work. They might. Well, then they've been here for a very long time. I think Boyd's been here since 2001. Boyd, not okay. Let me say this. Let me back up. Everybody, Boyd was brought here to be fixed. So just like Kenny's dad was brought here to be fixed, his mom, Kenny and his mom brought the dad here. I don't know if the dad was aware of this place. I don't know if Boyd was aware of this place. So maybe them not being here forever might not work. But them being here for a very long time, I can sit on that.
Okay. So you think that they've been there before they realized that they were trapped there?
I don't think they're trapped. I think they forgot.
Okay.
And I think I know why.
Says, where's the clinic on this map? And I'm trying to locate the clinic. I know the clinic should be like up this road right here. This might not be the Peace Truck. It looks like the Peace Truck to me because this looks like 2 wheels.
That's the Matthews coming in. That's the RV.
I think this might be the Peace. Well, I don't believe that because there are no other vehicles on the map. The map is showing the cartography of the place.
Yeah,
so
and they only showed 1 vehicle so far coming in.
Well,
I'm sorry, 2.
Well, there's only 1 vehicle on here, and that's the truck right here because it's a landmark. And if you look at these wheels, you look at those wheels, I think that this is the actual Peach Truck because it makes sense in proximity to where it is.
But it shows it on a road. Remember, what is that building? What is that building off to the right? Can you blow that up?
Which one?
The one right to no. Go back to the truck. There's a structure right there. That might be the schoolhouse?
Okay, that might be the clinic.
Right there.
Oh yeah, that might be the clinic. It could be.
So that okay, so that's probably the van.
House. Nah, that's not where it is. The clinic is somewhere else. This is Colony House right here. In the corner right here, I think. Yeah, because Colony House, and here's the Brundles.
Where's the diner at the Colony House?
We had to go through this. All right, so if this is Colony House right here, I need somebody drop the if y'all in the Discord and you can, somebody drop the Peach Truck map that's in the truck, not this joint right here because it's cut off. And we'll get into this a little bit better. But this is Colony House, I believe, right here. Every time I get in there, yeah, put the cursor close to it. Right there where the little arrow is, that's Colony House.
Yes, okay, yes, you're right. Because that looks down at the diner.
right. And it makes sense because they had to cut through that back road to get to the clinic. So it does kind of make sense that this is the clinic.
So you think that's the van?
But it does, I think, I don't know now. It doesn't make sense for this to be the peach truck then. This could be the first the first ambulance with Troy on it. But these are
Yes.
definitely wheels.
I think that's what it is. That's the van.
Yeah, the ambulance.
Because it is on the road.
Right. And it's being used as a landmark, just like the truck that's stuck in the pool. It's a landmark.
That's the vessel that they use to deliver the bomb.
That's the vessel they used to deliver the bomb. Now
Yep.
I think somebody went barreling through town and ran right through the gate. Because when you see Boyd and Christy standing at the pool talking, you could see right behind them that gate. Somebody ran through that gate.
I think it was the flood.
The flood.
Yep, the flood is the flood is the reason why that truck is in the pool. So what's going to happen when Donna leaves is going to cause this is what causes the flood.
Okay. Hold on.
The flood is like
let me pull this up real quick. Okay. Okay, so you could see here.
Yep.
You could totally see here that gate has been penetrated. Christy.
Oh, I never caught that.
Yeah, Christy is standing right there at the access point where it's been hit. And that's how that truck ended up in there. As a matter of fact, Victor has a drawing of that whole incident happening.
I never fucking caught that.
Kind of vehicle. Yeah, he has an incident. He has a picture of it. Okay, so this is also that back dirt road. This is the back dirt road. This is the part of it that goes into town. And this is the road that Elgin drove down in order to get Ellis to the clinic. But he was more up this way. He was more way up that way, actually. Behind T and Chen's house. This is T and Chen's crib.
Everything we've seen happened already. So this could be residual from the last loop.
Okay. Okay, yeah, okay, Wayne said it. That's the clinic in the Troy ambulance. Yes, indeed.
Troy is also a fucking clue. Excuse my language. Troy is also one of the clues that got me to where I'm at too.
Right, indeed.
You know what it stands for?
Take over New York or something like that. What is it?
Nope. They rule over you.
They rule over they reminisce over you. That's what I
meant
to say.
Yep, but in here it stands for. It means three different things.
Capone and Noriega song, but it's actually a Pete Rock and CL Smooth song. They reminisce over you. They rule over you.
I thought it was Tribe Called Quest. Is it Tribe Called Quest?
Nah, they reminisce over you is Pete Rock and CL Smooth.
Okay, you're probably right. Yes, Pete Rock. Okay, yes.
Yo, so we gonna take a little break. Speaking of Pete Rock, speaking of music, speaking of beats and all that, we gonna take a little break real quick, and I'm gonna play one of my records so that y'all can hear where I'm coming from real quick. Give me a second. We're gonna play the record. This is called Life Is What You Make It. Yeah. Sequence. Yeah.
shirt. My mind is squirt, some rhyme work that'll make your sinus hurt. Buckle your seat while the pilot work. My spacecraft got enough gas that'll take you out of this earth. I'm magic with the pen and paper like a warlock. The window panes wide open, but the door's locked. So you looking through the window for it in your window, but do they really have the skill to analyze the symbol? Crescendo, the ashes blow when the wind blow. The rain put out the fire while the children build a temple. Just like the pyramids, walls and scribble, a projection in the sky of the messiahs on your mental. Monumental and extraterrestrial, turning these niggas into mental vegetables. It's kinda crazy how I ride on instrumentals as I slice like a pencil with the vibe I put in. You listen. This is not a double life. It's just a new beginning. The magic is to focus on our goals till we're winning. I'd rather have a portrait of myself up on the ceiling. I could lay down on the floor, look up and visualize the millions. Imagine that. Do you see the picture clearly? Focusing on working with me. You can get this money with me. We could take over the world and put the trophies in the city, the plaques on the wall, and have a feast of who was with me. Yeah, last week was just the past, right? A new beginning. I've been up for all these past nights, and all these people that I knew just seem to pass by. They stuck on stupid worry about their past lives, and I just ask why. Are they agents? Is the system about to crash? Am I the one like in the Matrix? Is the planets in the heavens? Then the earth is just a spaceship. Our thoughts control reality, and life is what you make it.
Just by your whole flow, I could tell you from New York. Still here?
Yeah, we here. I had to go grab something to drink real quick. You know
You
what
from
I'm
New York,
saying?
ain't?
Nah, I'm from PA. We both from the same place.
What?
Yeah, I grew up in Florida, and I listened to up north hip hop, and it affected my accent. Like, I moved to Florida when I was like 10, and so I had like a culture shock. You know what I'm saying? And it kind of affected my accent. I've lived down south for most of my life, and I only have like a little bit of a southern accent at times. You know what I'm saying?
What
But
part of PA?
I'm originally from Harris. I was born in Harrisburg, but I was
What?
raised in Sanford, Florida.
When did you leave Harrisburg?
Man, in the 80s.
Yeah, I'm over here right in Lancaster.
I know by your address. I ain't want to like dox you and shit, but yeah, I know.
How the fuck did you do that?
Yeah, I grew up in Florida, B. I grew up in
Wait, you know
Florida.
my address?
No, because you called me.
Oh, my
We
area
have each
code.
other's phone number, your area code.
Yo, you scared the shit out of me real quick.
Oh, nah. Yeah. The southern accent definitely comes out when I'm relaxed. It does.
You
But
sound
that
more. You
first,
got more than New York.
yeah, that's from listening to the music. That's from kind of listening to the music. You know, a lot of my favorite artists in the 90s was all from New York. Like I took heavy to Nas, Big, you know what I'm saying?
Beat.
I took heavy to those artists, you know what I'm saying? But when you see like when you like yo that like you see like I do music, right? But I'm really one of those kind of artists that I'm not a music artist in that sense. Like, I'm not the one trying to be bouncing around on stage and shit. Like, I write for other people. But that right there, what you heard, that's me. Like, if I was an artist, that's how I would be sounding, right? And I do other rhymes too. Like, I'm nice. I'm real nice. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna sit here and act like I don't know I'm nice. You
Kind of
know
had
what
like a
I'm saying?
Ghostface cadence.
Yeah, you know what I mean? And it is what it is though. But I write for other people though. And I write that down south kind of music too. You know what I'm saying? I make beats in all different genres that you can think of. I make country beats, R&B, you know what I'm saying?
You're not
I'm a
confined to
piano,
one thing.
I'm a piano and Afro beats. You know, my dad is a musician. My dad plays every percussion instrument. And you won't find a lot of my music out there, but you'll find a lot of my name and credits for stuff. Just put it like that, you know. But yeah, that's a little bit about me, y'all. I wanted to bless y'all with some bars real quick. And you know why I ran. I told y'all I was gonna do that. You know what I'm saying? This nigga real is real. Okay. Good luck. Yeah. She said I got some Wu-Tang
That's why I said Ghostface. You got that
vibes.
Ghostface cadence.
Oh man. Yeah, I know Crit. Crit is a good dude. I fuck with Crit. Um, yeah, that would be crazy.
I'm an '80s baby too, so I listen to '80s, '90s, and like early 2000s. Like for that, I mean, like after that, I really don't. Like a lot of these new artists, I have no idea who they are. Or
Yes, indeed. And I'm a yo, Sophie L. Shout out to Sophie L. Sophie L, come on up. You gotta come up. Julie, come up. We gotta show them what we was talking about yesterday. Like, we had such a great conversation yesterday. I would love to share that with the people. If y'all have the time, or if y'all want to come up, I would love to share the conversation we had with the people, and also have Percy's take on that. And it's a conversation that totally steps out of the realm of esoterica, and we're really talking about like what does Tabitha getting home look like? What does that shit look like? She
what?
can't go to the she can't go to the cops, you know. Come on up. Come
Can
on
I
up,
tell?
yo.
Can I tell? Can I tell you what year I think she's in?
Yeah, of course.
I think she's in 2001.
You think she's in 2001? Okay, why
Yep.
you think that?
Okay. There is a sequence in the dates in the tower.
Mm-hmm.
There's a sequence in those. Not only is there a sequence, but they also those dates are not singular. They mean multiple things. It's not one thing. They all cover the same subjects. They all have one subject in common, all three of them. And when you follow the pattern, it leads up to 2001.
Okay.
You helped me finish my I give credit where credit is due. This is what I'm saying. I'm not going to lie, but when you brought up that eclipse thing, that helped me finish my analysis of the dates.
Ooh. Ooh. Luna Cascade with a little bit of base math real quick. 2001. 2
She
plus
gets
1 equal 3.
she gets it.
Infinity. Okay.
She gets it.
Okay. Okay.
And I agree with Taran I agree with Taran that she's going.
That
She
would
is going.
also work for 2010.
Well, I think it's specifically what war did Boyd talk about?
Say, come again.
The war that Boyd was in. What war was that?
The Iraqi war. The
What year
war in
was that?
Iraq. What year was that? That was in the 90s, 92 through
No,
90.
didn't he say Afghanistan? No, he did say Iraq.
He was in Iraq. Yes, indeed, Clarence Brown. That is me.
Okay, so okay, you help me debunk. You help me debunk my Boyd connection, but I still think specifically it's in 2001.
Desert Storm. Yes, Desert Storm started in 92, I believe. I remember being in school and them making an announcement that we was going to war while we was in school. Bill Clinton making an announcement that we was going to war in the Middle East.
You're gonna laugh at me, right? But you know what are the functions of the lighthouse? It's
Go
a
ahead.
particle. It's a particle accelerator.
Nah, why would I laugh?
So when Tony was talking, when Tony was talking about technology in disguise,
Mm-hmm.
that's the artificial zone. This is the illusion in the show. They're showing you three things at the same time. They all look alike. Fromville is in three realms: artificial, which is the portals and all the technology that Tone was talking about. This is why the one realm had the power lines. This is why you see the kids on the slabs. With the kids on the slabs, when the sun passes over that hole, they sit on those slabs and they sunbathe and they absorb the sun's energy, and through the ground, since they're underground, it powers that realm.
Yes,
now,
indeed.
in the realm that they're in, that Boyd is in now, those slabs are above ground, absorbing the sun's energy and dispersing it through the ground. Remember I said earlier, that's the Tesla technology. And then there's a dead zone. They show you it was a visual trick when the Matthews cross the crossroads and you see the power lines in the beginning, and then they cross the crossroads again, and now the fucking energy lines are gone because there is no need for energy lines. They're absorbing the energy from the ground. So there is no need for that.
Mm-hmm.
Then they stopped.
Now here's the thing. Here's the thing. I wanted to say something about what Luna just said. Luna said that y'all are way deeper than the writers are from.
No.
Now I want to say this. They have like two entire walls full of like stuff. And so I know that they're going pretty deep into this show.
And she doesn't understand their background.
Just the sheer way that they were able to have all of us here together having this conversation. We have people that believe in the alien theory. We have people that believe in all different schools of thought. And just the way that they were able to do that had to take some serious amount of planning and serious amount of just set design, script writing. Like, they went real deep with this. Now, I definitely am not, I don't, like I said this to Taran, and Percy agreed with me on this. I think that we are breaking down an esoteric aspect of the show, and it is not necessarily what we're actually saying, but I think it's more of a hidden meaning based on the things that we see in the show. That's why I always ask Percy, like, yo, Percy, what shows you this in the show? And a lot of times he says, yo, nothing. Like, it's not in the show. They're not going to show it to you. It's going to be this way, you know. And I'm cool with that. I'm okay with that. Me, I look at my esoteric connections more based on what I'm seeing on the show, and I think that Taran is going to find that his theories are going to be in the same way. I don't think that they are going to just go ahead and drop the hidden meaning on the surface. That's why I'm not mad at any of the theories like the alien theory or any of that kind of stuff, because those theories are definitely surface level, but they there's different layers on the show. You know what I mean? It's different layers. It's going to be the historical references and stuff are definitely there. I look at that as just another layer of the show. You know what I mean? I think that's like another layer of it. And I think that's how they were able to successfully get everybody talking about this show. Usually when you see, like, if you look at a show like Foundation, the nerds and the people that read that book are gonna, I don't even want to say nerds, geeks, the nerds, and the people that read that book are gonna dig that show. They're like, certain people are not gonna fuck with that show, but like everybody kind of fucks with this show. The only people that don't like the show is the people that don't like horror. But they've even dialed back some of the horror aspect. They have never shown us a creature getting busy on one of these people yet. They haven't shown us anything really scary. You know what I'm saying? And so they've even, like, a person that doesn't like horror as much could still get into the mystery. So I just think that they've been real successful at doing that. And we have Julie B on the stage as well. Julie, how you doing today?
Hey, Real, I'm doing good. How are you?
All is well. All is well. Great to hear you. Great to have you up. I wish we could get some more people up here that want to talk about the show and discuss what we have going on.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun to join the discussion. It's a blast. I wouldn't miss it.
Okay, so I brought you up here specifically to have you break down what Tabitha escaping from Lynn looks like. What does that look like? What are we dealing with? What is she dealing with escaping this place?
Well, I think it's really by design that she got out right around the same place. I'm assuming it's around the same place as Henry's house, because there's no way in hell she could have known that she might escape when she thought she was just going to the tower to save some children or some bullshit. She probably doesn't have a wallet on her. She probably doesn't have any way to pay for transportation. My guess is she gets out. The where she talks to the priest, the church, is probably close to the hospital, and he probably tells her where Henry lives, because he's heard this kind of a story before. Most likely, I'm guessing Eloise probably told him this experience that she had. So he points her in the direction of Henry's house. And how could that happen? Let's remember, everyone enters this place from different points around the country. Tabitha's family was traveling in, I believe, Arizona. And so how is it that, okay, she finds a portal that just happens to chuck her out, which in the vicinity of Henry's house, which is what I think will happen. I think that's by design. I think that the boy in white pushed her out. He said, "I'm sorry, I really am, but this is the only way." He's pushing her out on purpose for a reason. And I think that reason is to find Eloise and end up back here. That's in my opinion. But yeah, I just don't see how that could be anything coincidental that would happen. Yeah. So that's what I think about that.
Okay.
I want to make a comment. This is why I don't give up all my secrets on Discord. So go ahead, bro.
No, go ahead and comment.
So this is what I think it looks like when Tabitha. So she's in St. Anthony's Church, which is what you would think is like a Catholic hospital, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
A priest is always going to be present in the hospital like that.
True. Yeah.
They always have a little. I'm not a church going person, but they always. Yes, there's always a chapel inside of a Catholic hospital.
Yeah.
She's going to go down there and she's going to talk to the priest. Now, the priest, can I get, let me stop. She's going to have a conversation with the priest. The priest is going to be like, I've heard this story a couple times. I'm going to send you to somebody that this is the last time I've heard this. I'm going to send you to that person.
Yeah.
Whoever that's the guy at the house.
Yeah. Yeah.
Whoever that is, I think that guy was the previous, possibly the previous boy in white, because his features kind of match up with what's on the drawing.
He does look a lot like the man in white drawing. I agree.
He got to exorcise those demons and was able to escape. But he's still living with the memories of that place. He doesn't know if he's going crazy or not. He's the one that's drawing that stuff, not Eloise. He's trying to communicate his experience through his art of what he went through as a boy in white in Frumlin.
That's interesting. And I've got to say, on the freeze frame of that guy's face, I see strong similarities to that drawing of the boy in white. The man in white. The man in white drawing, I've always thought he has this depressed look on his face, like he's been through a lot of shit. And Henry has that face, that kind of expression too. So I could see that. That's a good theory.
What do y'all think about the comment that Luna just put up there? That's a very thought-provoking question right there.
I want to comment on the trees too. I'm sorry.
What if the lights in the tower point you to a designation? That would be crazy. That's a really good theory.
Yeah. So
nice.
At one point, I'm glad Luna said that. At one point, that lighthouse was in 360 degrees. It shows it in a drawing. With time, everything deteriorates. That tower, they're in the natural zone. So everything has a time limit.
Mm-hmm.
With time, when everybody, I guess, I don't know how the glass breaks. Maybe I'm talking about every time somebody leaves, it breaks. I can't answer that. But yes, it does point you in a direction. And if you knew how to operate the tower, you could pick past or present. You can't go into the future because, like the song says, the future is not ours to see. So if you can go, but it's only in 23 years. You can only go 23 years in the past because anything past that would be considered dead. She gets to the house. She's going to see he has a similar tree to what she used to get to the tower. They've showed us, remember I was telling you sequenced, everything's in threes? Mm-hmm. They've showed us 3 specific trees. The regular tree that we see them with that got Boyd to the well. We see the bottle tree that Boyd gets to. It's a thin tree, but remember, it doesn't have a hole, but it has bottles on it. And then there's another bottle tree with a hole in it. So that tells you there's 3 trees and they operate differently in distinct ways. They've showed us twice.
What do y'all think about this? What are your thoughts on
that? There's a strong resemblance there.
So the
resemblance is uncanny.
It is.
Even though it's not the same actor, why would they cast it in this way?
I don't think they're the same. I'm gonna tell you why.
I don't think they're the same. I'm just saying there's a reason why they cast this like this.
Yeah. Yeah. I think it could be a red herring that they're trying to make us think it's the same guy. Because I looked it up too. It's not the same actor. But yeah, why did they do this? I think that maybe they're trying to lead us astray, make us think that that's the guy. Because I
Yeah,
see it.
or make people, because there's some people that have the theory that Tabitha has not left Crumlin.
Yes. Yes.
So
So
what if we see a bunch of people on the outside that look like people from the inside, but we could tell that it's not them, but they at least look like them
yeah.
or resemble them or have the same kind of character traits?
That would be awesome. Like that would be like some mind fuckery if they do that.
Yeah.
Like I mean, yeah, it could be them trying to lead us down the wrong path, because I do think she's out, for sure. In my opinion, I think she's really out.
I
Blue Gun
definitely agree. I think she's out. I think she's in a
Rosa
specific
says
time.
that
Yeah.
she thinks Martin told half truths, like he was
Yes.
a trickster guy, not good, not evil.
Okay. Yeah. See, I was just on Jeremy's live last night talking about this, right? So I think even though Martin was in part a mind fuck for Boyd, because I think his image was selected. I think he's somebody that died there, and that he was selected to fuck with Boyd and get him to stay there long enough to get the bloodworms, quote unquote, because of that Marine tattoo. Okay, leave no man behind. This was intentional, using Martin, or this image of Martin, right? But so you would think, okay, everything he says is bullshit. He's just projected by the evil entity. But I think he told half truths. I absolutely believe his tip of the spear comment that we all quote so much. The monsters of the town, that's just the tip of the spear. But that was real. That was real. And but then he says shit like, what if Abby was right? What if it's all just a dream? So you think, well, maybe the whole thing was a mind fuck. No, I think it was, they drop half truths in there. And it's the same thing with the evil Abby vision at the end of the season. She says, maybe hope is what this place feeds on. Now, she's a mind fuck for Boyd too, but she was telling half truths for sure. So I agree with that comment.
Yeah, that was Martin. Martin was on some bullshit.
Yes.
Martin didn't answer one damn question. Every time Boyd asked a question, Martin changed the subject. You know,
Yeah.
to the point to where he was just saying dumb shit to him.
Yeah.
And then once Boyd freed that one shackle, that's when he really turned up the bullshit and said something about Abby.
Yep.
The iron shackles was part of the curse.
You know, the shackles is when the one shackle came off, that's when he really started with his dumb shit and mentioned Abby. And I think that's crazy as hell, because how the fuck would this guy chained to a wall even know what the hell's going on? If you had to ask me, am I from town? How did you know about the wife? If you had to ask me if I was from town.
And that can also say that there might be multiple areas in this place too. I never considered that part.
Yeah.
So there might be another little civilization out there. I never considered that.
I do want to say this. Anytime we've ever gotten like a big broad vision of Frumlin, a view, that shit looks big. It doesn't look like a little piece of it doesn't have that Lost vibe.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? This shit looks vast.
Right.
Look at the shot from the tower. Look at the slow-mo shot in the season 1. That slow-mo shot of the whole town. Look how
They showed us
far.
that for a reason. Yeah.
Yeah, they
This
showed us
place is
that for a reason.
infinity.
Like huge. Yeah.
Infinity.
But yes,
Infinite.
indeed. Yes, indeed. I enjoyed this live. I enjoyed sharing with y'all. I enjoyed y'all listening to the music. I'm glad you liked it.
Oh, that was awesome, real. That was amazing. Like I just I'm just blown away. That was fantastic.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. If you don't like the hip hop, maybe next time I'll play something different. But yeah, I'm gonna keep blessing y'all with a little something. As I said in the Discord, if y'all come in the Discord, y'all might catch me creating something. Y'all might catch me mixing vocals. Y'all might catch me uh, editing a video that I'm about to drop and get a sneak peek. You definitely gonna have a good conversation when we get in there. Every one of the conversations on the Discord are a lot better because you don't kind of have to guide or watch what you say. We say what
Right.
we want to say on the Discord. So, I dropped my predictive programming theory last night. Next time I'm in there, I'll do it again. I've pinned the Discord at the top. I want to thank all the mods for being so dope and so on the ball, welcoming everyone, answering questions, and just keeping the family. I want to thank all of the people that sent super chats and supported the channel and shown me that they like the content in another way. I want to thank everybody that liked the video, shared it. I want to welcome all the new subscribers. I know I tossed out 5 memberships a little while ago. Shout out to all the people that got the message. I mean, that got the memberships. If you said thank you in the chat, I didn't see it. But if you got one of those new memberships, go ahead and shout yourself out. All the current members, go ahead and shout yourself out. I'll give out some more memberships on Saturday, and I'll see you on my Saturday night live show. We might do a part 1 and part 2 of Saturday Night Live. We might do a couple of hours, drop off, and then come back for a late night stream where we
Oh,
just talk
nice.
about whatever the hell we want to talk about. You know what I'm saying? Whatever y'all want to talk about, that's what we're going to talk about. It
I want
doesn't
to
have
share my deciphering of the talisman.
okay, but it doesn't have to be from related. I prefer it not be from related. I want to talk. I want to have some
Oh,
fun. I want to
all
have
right.
yeah, we can have some if it's from related, I prefer it to be jokes. You know what I'm saying? I'd love to interact with the chat in that way.
Outside of the show from, I dig it.
Yeah, outside of the show, we could talk about other shows and stuff, but let's have some fun and laughs and get together for a good time. After Saturday Night Live, when we speak on From, we're gonna definitely talk about From on Saturday Night Live. But we might come back for I'm saying we might come back for a late night stream, after dark stream, so to speak, and see what happens. So if y'all like this, if y'all like how, we got a little bit open today and did a little music, that's kind of like how the late night show is going to be. I'll play some music. I'll bring some spitters up here if y'all want to rap. I don't care, whatever. Y'all want to sing, y'all want to do something. We just have a powwow. If y'all rolling up some Fatima's gas pack and y'all want to hang out Saturday late night, we'll do it. We'll see it. If that's if I don't get booked for something, but yeah, we'll do it.
Sounds
But
awesome, real.
anyway, just a little something to think about while we wait on the next episode. That's
Peace.
all for the live stream. We'll catch you in the next one. Peace.